Chapter 2056. The closer Lu Ming got to the source of the sound, the louder the battle cries became. Kill, kill, kill. The battle cries pierced through the clouds. Lu Ming climbed up a mountain peak that was dead silent. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. His pupils suddenly constricted. There was a huge ancient city in front of him. This ancient city was different from the ones he had seen before. The ancient cities he had seen before had almost collapsed, but this one was still intact. It was very majestic and huge. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armor and holding all kinds of weapons. These are not living beings. Lu Ming looked at these figures carefully. These figures were completely black, and their bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living beings. Demonic spirits. Lu Ming muttered. These should be demonic spirits formed by the indestructible demonic thoughts of the demonic Tao experts after they died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, the demonic spirits had been lingering outside the ancient city. They did not leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there will be opportunities, Lu Ming thought. However, he had no intention of going in to explore. Not to mention whether there were dangers in the ancient city, the demonic spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time, Lu Ming did not fly far before he saw a few rays of light flash and a few old men appeared not far away. They were the boundary emperors of the ancient demonic nation. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle cries. Lu Ming. The boundary emperors saw Lu Ming and smiled as they flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what's in front? Why are there such intense battle cries? It sounds like thousands of soldiers and horses. An elder asked. His face carried a gentle smile, and his expression was kind and amiable. It's an ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are coming from the demonic spirits. Lu Ming replied. An ancient city. The eyes of the old men lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to be exhausted. If they could not make a breakthrough, they would die sooner or later. They bitterly cultivated for more than 100,000 years, yet in the end they turned to dust. They were unwilling to accept this and wanted to stake it all. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that the demonic sea was most likely formed by falling from the heavenly realm. It definitely contained a fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main objective in entering the Devil's Sea was to obtain the ancient demonic coffin. As for opportunities and whatnot, he wasn't too interested in them. Then let's go in. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew towards the ancient city and just happened to pass by Lu Ming. Just as the 2 sides clashed, a sword light suddenly blossomed from the kind-looking old man's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. The sword light tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound. It was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-emperors also made their moves. All sorts of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, when the 4's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, the primal chaos light burst out from Lu Ming's body and blocked all the attacks. Moreover, the primal chaos light trembled and a powerful force surged out. The 4 quasi-emperors' bodies trembled and they all retreated. You are all courting death, Lu Ming said coldly as his cold gaze swept across the 4. You have been guarding against us? The kind-looking old man said with an unsightly expression. Earlier, when they were so close to each other, their attacks were extremely fast. If Lu Ming hadn't been guarding against them, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short time. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to defend and counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been guarding against them and had already prepared his defenses. The Blue Demon King, that old fellow, has been showing killing intent towards me along the way. Moreover, I have heard that he has great authority in the ancient devil nation. If he wants to order people around, many people would be willing to be his lackeys. Naturally, I have to guard against him. Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that among the people who entered the Devil Sea this time, Lu Ming was wary of everyone except the ancient great emperor. That old fellow, the Blue Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming previously. Clearly, he harbored a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the Blue Demon King's authority, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. "Let's go!" The kind-looking old man roared and turned to run. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack failed, they could only run. "Do you think you can escape?" Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the kind-looking old man. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He roared, "Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you will die too. You still dare to threaten me at this time? What a joke." Lu Ming shouted coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger and an extremely condensed finger force burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to resist, it was useless. The finger force directly pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. After killing the old man, Lu Ming didn't stop and chased after the other three. "Split up and run," one of them roared. The three of them ran in 3 different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up with one of them and killed him in one move. Then, Lu Ming chased after the third person. "No, spare my life," the quasi-emperor yelled. However, Lu Ming was indifferent. He had to kill these people. "How dare you? You are courting death." At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the voice died away, the demonic light was already about to slash Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he felt a sense of danger. At this moment he burst out with all his strength. The light of primal chaos surrounded his body. He controlled 2 types of laws and executed his strongest move, the Annihilation Chaos Finger of Calamity. Boom! A gray chaos finger of calamity pointed at the beam of demonic light, and a shocking rumble erupted. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of calamity was also slashed apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him. He couldn't help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the blood in his body churning. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming was shocked. It was definitely a martial emperor. There was a flash of light in front and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was an emperor's aura. This person is definitely not a 1-star void emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Chapter 2057. The black-robed middle-aged man looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, the great emperor has treated you well. He even brought you here to look for the ancient demonic coffin. Who would have thought that you would secretly kill the experts of the Devil Nation? You are heartless. You deserve to die." "What a joke. You don't have to be so righteous if you want to kill me. You must have been sent by the Blue Demon King to kill me. You are just a lackey." Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything else. He immediately attacked. The power of the heavens burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming judged that this person should be a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a 1-star illusionary emperor but not ridiculously strong. However, a 2-star illusionary emperor was not someone that Lu Ming could withstand. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned and left. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off the black-robed middle-aged man, he could only rely on the ancient city. Trying to leave? No way! The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a beam of black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, he slashed out a beam of black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute sacred weapons and 2 emperor weapons floated out. The dozens of weapons gathered together. The combat weapon Qi gathered and formed a huge defensive weapon. At the same time, the law of primal chaos and the light of primal chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care and moved forward rapidly. Clang! The black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon shook and the dozens of weapons were almost shattered. If it were not for the 2 emperor weapons, the combat weapon Qi, and the light of primal chaos and the law of primal chaos, an ordinary absolute sacred weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power kept surging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his blood and Qi churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still managed to block it in the end. Furthermore, that power became his driving force, allowing him to fly forward even faster. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. Even with the combat strength of a 2-star empty emperor, he was actually blocked. However, when he thought of the reward that the Blue Demon King had promised, his heart burned with passion, and he quickly chased after Lu Ming. In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demonic spirits. They were a black mass, wearing armor and holding weapons. Their battle cries shook the sky. Lu Ming quickly approached the ancient city. Clang! At this time, the black-robed middle-aged man launched another attack. A devilish light slashed at the battle weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake violently. This time, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current combat strength, he could still contend against an ordinary 1-star empty emperor. However, the gap between him and a 2-star empty emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured, rushing headlong into the dark mass of devil spirits. Some devil spirits discovered Lu Ming, and their murderous intent swept towards Lu Ming. At the same time, all kinds of weapons were launched towards Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he judged the strength of the devil spirit that attacked him. Therefore, he did not stop at all. With the light of chaos protecting his body, he directly rushed over. Bang! Bang! The demonic spirit that attacked Lu Ming directly exploded into pieces. In an instant, Lu Ming rushed a few hundred meters forward. However, immediately, more devil spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Moreover, their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to rush forward. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to rush over rashly like Lu Ming. He just wanted to observe for a while. Behind him, there was the sound of air being torn apart, and more than 10 figures rushed over. They were all old men of the Boundary Emperor realm. Obviously, most of them had rushed over from behind. Just the few of you? The black-robed middle-aged man looked around and said coldly. The 2 martial emperors will be here soon. A white-haired old man said. This time, the Azure Demon King has entrusted us with the task of killing Lu Ming. We must not make any mistakes. One of you will stay here and wait for the other martial emperors to arrive. The rest of you follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man ordered. At this moment, Lu Ming had rushed all the way and was already halfway through the journey. Although there were many devil spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger the devil spirits became. Several rusty iron swords slashed at Lu Ming. The swords whistled, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. This attack had the offensive strength of a boundary emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He punched out, and the image of the suppressing prison steel appeared and smashed forward. Bang! Bang! The suppressing prison steel knocked away a few devil spirits, turning them into ashes in midair. The suppressing prison heavenly art is indeed effective against these devil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He continuously punched out with both fists, knocking away the Boundary Emperor realm devil spirits one by one. Even when facing the Boundary Emperor devil spirits, Lu Ming did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He roared, "Charge with me!" Bush, bush. The black-robed middle-aged man took the lead and charged out. 10 odd Boundary Emperors followed him like a long spear, stabbing at the devil spirit army. Only one Boundary Emperor remained to receive the others. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star foe emperor. He led the 10 odd Boundary Emperors and pierced through the devil spirit army like a long spear, quickly chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary devil spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the devil spirit's defense. However, at this moment, Lu Ming ran into trouble. There were 2 terrifying devil spirits attacking Lu Ming. These 2 devil spirits were wearing rusty armor. One held a sword and the other a long spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These 2 devil spirits were equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. The iron sword and long spear attacked Lu Ming. In an instant, they scattered Lu Ming's suppressing prison steel and blocked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Indeed, there were martial emperors in the devil spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 devil spirits were only equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. Lu Ming is blocked. Charge over! The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged at Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 devil spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind stirred. The suppressing prison steel floated out and rapidly grew in size. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the 2 devil spirits. Boom, boom. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline restrained the devil spirits even more. The bodies of the 2 devil spirits were directly sent flying by the suppressing prison steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged through the encirclement of the devil spirit army, rushing toward the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming approached the ancient city, the devil spirits stopped in their tracks and did not chase after Lu Ming. Chapter 2058. The ancient city's gates were open. However, the light in the city seemed very dim. Looking from the outside, the buildings in the city looked hazy, unable to be seen clearly. Boom, boom. Behind, the black-robed, middle-aged man continuously sent the demonic spirits flying as he gave chase. Lu Ming did not stop, directly charging into the ancient city. However, the moment Lu Ming charged into the ancient city, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying. There was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Furthermore, the light in the city was indeed very dim. Visibility was not high. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see far. There were many huge palaces and all sorts of ancient buildings in the city. They were tall and majestic, like huge monsters standing tall in the ancient city. Lu Ming directly charged into a small alley, running wildly in it. Then he turned into another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gates. Just at this moment, the black-robed, middle-aged man led his men into the ancient city. The moment they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed as well. They felt that they could not fly. There might be fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Let's search for that brat Lu Ming while searching for fortuitous encounters. A look of greed flashed in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Following that, he got 2 quasi-emperors to stand guard near the city gates. If they discovered Lu Ming, they were to report immediately. Then he led the remaining quasi-emperors down a random street and ran. Just at this moment, 2 more people arrived outside the ancient city. These 2 old men had exceptionally strong auras. They were clearly foe emperor experts. After the quasi-emperor who stayed outside to provide support gave a simple explanation of the situation, the 2 foe emperors charged into the ancient city as well. Although there were martial emperor demonic spirits among the demonic spirits, the 2 were focused on charging in, not fighting. The foe emperor demonic spirits could not stop them. After fighting for a while, They charged into the ancient city as well. Lu Ming wandered around the ancient city, circling around many strange ancient buildings. The city was eerily quiet. It was empty, without any signs of life. What is in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The interior of the building was similarly empty. There was nothing inside. This was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings in a row. They were all empty. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, because he saw the door of a palace in front of him, which was slightly ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed, except for this palace. Could it have been opened by the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming pondered. Those from the ancient devil nation must have entered as well, so it wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming retracted his aura, approached the door, and looked inside. With a glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside the palace was a small courtyard. In the courtyard there was a figure. That figure was seated cross-legged. It was wearing armor. However, within the armor was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and stained with dark red blood. It seemed that it was an ancient person who had died a long time ago. Lu Ming observed for a while, then left the place and continued to walk through the ancient city. He wondered if he should return to the city gate and leave this ancient city. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After a while, a figure flashed at the entrance of the street in front of him. 7 to 8 figures appeared. It was the black-robed middle-aged man and the quasi-emperors. They also saw Lu Ming at a glance. "Lu Ming, where are you going now?" The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and ran toward another street. The black-robed middle-aged man chased after him. They had explored a few ancient buildings in a row, but they didn't find anything. There was no opportunity at all, so Lu Ming couldn't let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they could still obtain a generous reward from the Blue Demon King. Soon, Lu Ming turned 2 streets. However, at this moment, 2 more figures appeared in front of him. When Lu Ming saw these 2 people, his expression changed. These 2 people's auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 saw Lu Ming, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Then they charged at Lu Ming. "Ha! Stop, Lu Ming!" The black-robed middle-aged man guffawed. Lu Ming's expression turned sullen. It looked like the Blue Demon King really wanted to kill him. He actually worked with so many people in secret. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop and fight with the other party. The other party had 3 Void Emperors. If he got entangled, he would die for sure. Lu Ming's figure changed, and he charged down another street on the right. Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the silent ancient city, sounding extremely mournful. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Chun saw that one of the quasi-emperors chasing him had fallen behind. At this moment, that quasi-emperor was completely encased in armor. That armor was mottled with rust and had pitch-black bloodstains on it. At this moment, the armor encased that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor's body quickly shriveled up as if the armor had drained all his essence blood. "What the hell is this?" "Scram!" The black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. He swung his hand, and a pitch-black demonic saber struck the armor. Clang! A melodious sound rang out as the demonic saber struck the armor. However, there was not a single mark on the armor. As for that quasi-emperor, he had already stopped screaming and turned into a withered skeleton. Tacked together. The black-robed middle-aged man was enraged. He launched all sorts of attacks at the armor. However, the armor flickered and charged into a building. By the time the black-robed middle-aged man rushed into the building, there was no trace of the armor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others showed somewhat sullen expressions. "Continue chasing Lu Ming." The black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. The black-robed middle-aged burly man bellowed angrily. They continued to chase after Lu Ming. However, not long after, another miserable scream rang out. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another quasi-emperor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others launched a torrential barrage of attacks. When the various attacks landed on the armor gave off clanging sounds. In the end, it charged into another building with a flash. The armor ate people. Everyone's hair stood on end. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor. To think that it repeatedly charged out and consumed a quasi-emperor's essence blood. A quasi-emperor could not resist at all. This was too horrifying. The remaining quasi-emperors paled somewhat. The quasi-emperor should walk in the middle. The three of us will guard the periphery. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Then, he got the quasi-emperor to walk in the middle and the three faux emperors to guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the miserable scream and felt somewhat scared. To think that a piece of armor actually ate people. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in a courtyard previously. Chapter 2059. Lu Ming was running when all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. He felt a sense of impending danger. He turned around abruptly and pointed behind him. The finger force of the chaotic calamity finger shot out and struck a piece of armor. Clang. That armor shook a little, but nothing happened to it. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed a little in the air and pounced toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming continued to attack the armor with the chaotic calamity finger, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. They were like tentacles that stretched toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of chaos and the chaotic light to resist. But when the tentacles came into contact with the law of chaos and the chaotic light, the law of chaos and the chaotic light shook violently. In a breath's time, the tentacles tore them apart. Lu Ming retreated quickly and his hair stood on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. Even the chaotic light could not block it. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart moved. The prison suppression steel bloodline appeared behind him and emitted a bright light that suppressed the armor. Chi. The blood-red tentacles on the armor made a sizzling sound when they came into contact with the energy of the prison suppression steel. It was like ice being thrown into a fire and quickly melted. Those blood-red tentacles stretched back, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison suppression steel and let out a long breath. That armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming is over there. Not far away, there was a loud roar. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others chased after Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming had used the prison suppression steel. The light was too strong and they had discovered him. They really don't give up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a palace. The door of this palace was ajar. Lu Ming retracted his aura to the extreme, approached the door, and looked inside. Previously, there was a skeleton in the courtyard. That skeleton was wearing armor. Now, there was another skeleton. However, the armor it wore was gone. It really is this armor, Lu Ming murmured. After which, the purgatory suppressing monument floated above his head. Lu Ming then rushed towards the skeleton. Without any abnormalities, Lu Ming arrived at Dry Bone's side. At this time, the door flashed and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll destroy this skeleton. Lu Ming condensed a big hand with his sacred power and grabbed the skeleton in his hand. As expected, the armor stopped, not daring to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. In other words, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton was very powerful when it was alive. After its death, the powerful energy nourished the armor, causing the armor to develop spiritual intelligence. However, the armor was still under the control of the skeleton. As long as the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. Back off, Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end, it retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile and said, "Follow behind me." It's best that you don't mess around. I can destroy this skeleton with just a thought." After saying that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in a certain direction. The armor could only obediently follow behind Lu Ming. "Come!" Lu Ming sneered. The purgatory-suppressing monument rapidly enlarged, emitting a dazzling light that could be seen from afar. Then, Xiao Chun put away the purgatory-suppressing monument and got the armor to hide in a building. Then he waited quietly. Xiao Chun did not have to wait for long before a figure flashed in front. The black-robed, middle-aged man quickly arrived with a group of people. However, the other two martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the two martial emperors chasing after Xiao Chun. Clearly, the other party feared that Lu Ming would run away, so they attacked him from two sides. Two one-star foe emperors. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile as he stood there without moving. Whoosh, whoosh. The black-robed, middle-aged man's figure flashed, and he led 7 or 8 quasi-emperors and the two foe emperors to surround Lu Ming. "It looks like that old fellow Blue Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, although you are a genius, you do not know how to conduct yourself. You even dared to offend the Blue Demon King. Only death awaits you." The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Speaking of which, from the start to the end, Xiao Chun had not taken the initiative to provoke the Blue Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, Lu Ming did not let Xiao Chun participate in the competition. Then, Lu Ming defeated the ancient demon, slapping Xiao Chun's face. Was that not what Xiao Chun asked for? Such people could only be described as narrow-minded. "If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your insignificant lives here." Lu Ming smiled coldly. Boom! Lu Ming moved, executing the Destruction Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. He pointed at the black-robed, middle-aged man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-robed, middle-aged man also moved. His palm was like a saber as he chopped down. A demonic saber light chopped at Lu Ming. Boom! The Destruction Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger could not resist for long before it shattered. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, at this moment, that armor charged out of a building and entangled a quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor let out a miserable shriek as his body rapidly shriveled. "Kill Lu Ming first." The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly charged into a hole at the side. The black-robed, middle-aged man and 2 other martial emperors also charged into the hall, chasing after Lu Ming. Of course, the quasi-emperors were included as well. The hall was very large, but it was empty. There were no signs of life at all. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and dashed toward the depths of the hall. Behind him, another miserable shriek rang out. After the armor devoured a quasi-emperor, it entangled another quasi-emperor. Moreover, as the armor devoured quasi-emperors, it seemed to become stronger. At first, it needed a few breaths to devour a quasi-emperor. Now, it only needed 1 breath. Damn it! The black-robed, middle-aged man roared. If this continued, all the quasi-emperors would be devoured. The 2 of you continue chasing. I will block that armor. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he turned around and charged at that armor. By the time he arrived, another quasi-emperor had been devoured by the armor. In just a short while, the armor had already devoured 3 quasi-emperors and killed them. Enraged, the black-robed, middle-aged man sent out a move with his full strength. However, the armor did not attack him at all. It flickered a few times and directly fled. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors paled, their faces drained of blood. Now, follow me closely. Chapter 2060. The black-robed middle-aged man led the remaining 5 boundary emperors and chased after Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 void emperors had already rushed out of the palace and were quite a distance away. Lu Ming, prepare to die. We'll give you a quick death. You've offended the Blue Demon King. Your fate is already sealed. The 2 void emperors constantly shouted coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered, "You want to kill me? Come on." Bam, bam. Lu Ming took a few steps and charged towards the two Void Emperors. The two Void Emperors were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill. The two Void Emperors charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the armor rushed out from a building at the side and pounced towards one of the Void Emperors. The Void Emperor was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack towards the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and indestructible. It only shook slightly and continued to charge towards the Void Emperor. Tentacles appeared on the armor and wrapped around the opponent. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger with all his strength and charged towards the other Void Emperor. With Lu Ming's current strength, the Void Emperor did not dare to be careless. He also used all his strength to attack Lu Ming. Bam, bam. Lu Ming and the Void Emperor exchanged two moves. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he managed to block them. Lu Ming had fought the Void Emperor of the He clan before. However, the Void Emperor of the He clan had just broken through to the one-star Void Emperor. His strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not much weaker. Although Lu Ming was not a match for him, he was still a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed as his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed part of his third bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful and did not dare to borrow too much. He only borrowed the portion that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had greatly increased. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming continued to unleash Chaotic Tribulation Finger. After borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's power had greatly increased. Finally, he was able to fight his opponent head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming entangled one of them, but the other Void Emperor was in danger. After devouring a few Quasi-Emperors, the armor's might had indeed increased greatly. That armor was very terrifying to begin with. Even Lu Ming's light of primal chaos could not block it. But now, the armor's power had increased greatly. Coupled with Lu Ming's threat, it could unleash even more terrifying power. The Quasi-Emperor's attacks continued to bombard the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer to the Quasi-Emperor. The blood-red tentacles extended towards the Quasi-Emperor and directly broke his defense. The blood-red tentacles wrapped around the Quasi-Emperor and began to devour him. Get lost! The Quasi-Emperor roared in horror as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. The armor wrapped tighter around him like an octopus and began to devour him. Save me! Save me! The Quasi-Emperor screamed in agony as he frantically twisted his body. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body was being devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other Quasi-Emperor was horrified and wanted to save him, but he was firmly entangled by Lu Ming. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, when he arrived, the Quasi-Emperor who was entangled by the armor was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. The essence, chi, and spirit in his body had disappeared without a trace. A layer of bright red light spread out from the armor as if there was blood surging on it. Swoosh! The armor moved and charged towards the Quasi-Emperor who was fighting with Lu Ming. Get lost! The Quasi-Emperor exploded with an attack, wanting to blast open the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He pointed a finger at the Quasi-Emperor's chest, causing the Quasi-Emperor to vomit blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped around the Quasi-Emperor and its tentacles wrapped around him and began to devour him. Help! The Quasi-Emperor screamed in horror. The black-robed middle-aged man who was chasing after the Quasi-Emperor turned pale and revealed a terrified expression. If a one-star Quasi-Emperor could not resist, then a two-star Quasi-Emperor like him would be in danger. Let's go! The black-robed middle-aged man did not hesitate and turned to leave. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. The 5 Quasi-Emperors followed the black-robed middle-aged man and rushed towards the city's gate. They did not want to stay in this ancient city for a moment longer. The quasi-emperor who was entangled by the armor let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 quasi-emperors in a row, the armor emitted a dazzling blood-red light. It was incomparably horrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming and circling around Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air. At the same time, he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds, as if it was still afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the skeleton. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a little and kept a distance from Lu Ming. "Chase!" Lu Ming whispered and chased after the black-robed middle-aged man and the others. The armor followed behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he found that the black-robed middle-aged man and the others had already rushed out of the city and into the demonic spirit army. They were breaking out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Lu Ming also rushed out of the city. However, the armor remained in the city. It seemed like it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret. He could only return to the city. Soon, the black-robed middle-aged man broke out of the encirclement of the demonic spirits. However, he did not go far. Instead, he stood guard there. The black-robed middle-aged man showed an extremely unsightly expression. This time, the losses were disastrous. After entering the ancient city, not only did 4 quasi-emperors die, but 2 faux emperors also died. Faux emperors were not people that quasi-emperors could compare to. They were already martial emperors. Only 1 out of 100 quasi-emperors could break through to martial emperor. Send a message to the Blue Demon King. We will wait here. That armor seems to be unable to come out. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Without that armor, Lu Ming did not care about it at all. Lu Ming observed the city for a while. When he discovered that the black-robed middle-aged man stood guard outside the city, he could not help frowning. That black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star faux emperor. Even if Shao Chun borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline, he would not be able to charge out. Let's take a look at this ancient city first. See if there are any other powers that we can borrow. Perhaps there are other city gates that lead outside. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too big. It was vast and boundless. Furthermore, there was a restricted airspace, preventing flight. Traveling like this would take a lot of time. Lu Ming searched 10-odd buildings in the city but did not discover anything. There were also no other strange places. Chapter 2061. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city but did not see any city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. Moreover, there seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to leave through the walls. This ancient city can't only have 1 city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Normally, a big city would not only have 1 city gate. Even if there were fewer, there would at least be 2. Normally, there would be 4, 8, or even more. Perhaps, in the depths of the ancient city, there will be a city gate in the direction opposite to the city gate. Lu Ming pondered and decided to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave and enter the depths of the ancient city, a few more figures arrived outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial emperors. The leading old man was the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Kingdom. He was of the same generation as the ancient Great Emperor. His cultivation had reached the peak of the true Emperor realm, and he was highly regarded by the ancient Great Emperor. Therefore, many people in the ancient Devil Kingdom would give him face. Moreover, the Blue Demon King had promised a generous reward for killing Lu Ming. Naturally, many people would follow the Blue Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Blue Demon King arrived and glanced coldly at the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this. The black-robed middle-aged man explained the situation in the ancient city in a trembling voice. The piece of armor? The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed, followed by a cold, murderous intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above Martial Emperor, follow me. The rest stay outside. The Blue Demon King ordered and flew into the ancient city. The Blue Demon King was a peak true Emperor realm expert. He was too strong. The devil spirits were like ants in front of the Blue Demon King. With a single slap, a large number of devil spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the devil spirit army and rushed into the ancient city. 2 people in a group. Split up and look for Lu Ming. If you find him, inform us immediately. The Blue Demon King said. The people following the Blue Demon King this time were not to be underestimated. There were 3 of them, 1 true emperor and 2 void emperors. All of them were 5-star void emperors and above, much stronger than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city and was heading toward the depths. Compared to the direction of the city gate, this was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger. The buildings here are even more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming looked around. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward cautiously. Behind him, the armor continued to follow him. Suddenly, a building in front of him shook. Lu Ming was startled and stopped. Then, the building shook again. It was as if a giant beast was attacking the castle from inside the building. After a few more tremors, the sound disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. He used his divine breath technique to restrain his aura to the extreme and continued forward. When Lu Ming passed by the building, an explosive roar came from the building. Then, the sound of iron chains colliding could be heard. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like a beast's claw. It was covered in black scales and wrapped around the claw were black chains. The claw was as big as a house. It grabbed at Lu Ming and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. However, that hand claw actually expanded rapidly, becoming longer and bigger at an extremely fast speed. It grabbed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was about to be grabbed. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel shone and blasted at the claw. Chi. The claw was enveloped by the light of the prison-suppressing steel. It let out a sizzling sound and black smoke spread out. Another loud roar came from the building. The claw reached back. Lu Ming kept retreating. After retreating a distance, he let out a long breath. There were living creatures in the building. It looked like they were locked up. This shocked Lu Ming. This ancient city looked like it had been here for countless years. Why were there still living creatures? Could it be that the living creatures in the building were locked up by the original owner of this ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long, it must be extremely powerful. Let's change directions. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before continuing forward. In front of him, there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings but did not find anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, they might have died after so many years. Not many could survive. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last for long. With a roar, a claw reached out from one of the buildings. This claw was bigger than the previous one. It was covered in black scales and its nails were very long, like the claws of a demon. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. The moment the claw came in contact with the light of the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retreated into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that there were terrifying living creatures in the buildings in this area. He did not know which ones were and which were not. It was not safe to barge in like this even with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. Just now, the light of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was discovered even from a distance. The Blue Demon King and the others were rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, The Blue Demon King was the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden to fly in this ancient city, his cultivation was still there. Even if he could not fly, his speed was still astonishing. Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should barge in. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure dashing toward him at lightning speed. In an instant, it appeared not far away from Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Lu Ming die. The Blue Demon King directly attacked Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted. The armor rushed towards the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King was so strong that he directly sent the armor flying. Chapter 2062. Facing an expert like the Blue Demon King, rushing outside would only lead to death. Only by rushing inside would there be a chance of survival. Kill! The Blue Demon King shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. However, that armor once again entangled the Blue Demon King. The armor was covered in rust, but at this moment, it was emitting a dense blood-red light. Tentacles extended out and wrapped around the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King punched out. The terrifying fist energy sent the armor flying far away. However, the armor's material was indeed extraordinary. It was indestructible and wasn't destroyed by the Blue Demon King's attack. After the armor was sent flying, it once again flew towards the Blue Demon King. Seeing Lu Ming continuously rushing towards the depths of the ancient city, the Blue Demon King revealed an angry expression. At this moment, the other four also arrived. You guys go chase after Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King coldly said. The other four nodded and chased after him. The Blue Demon King coldly stared at the armor as a layer of black flames spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishing temperature. He pressed down with one hand and the demonic fire surged out and enveloped the armor. After all, the Blue Demon King was a peak true emperor expert. Although the armor's material was indestructible, it didn't contain a lot of energy. How could it be a match for the Blue Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic fire, the armor emitted sizzling sounds. The scarlet blood was quickly refined by the demonic fire. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Not only was the blood in the armor refined, everything else was also refined, including the trace of imprint. It disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Ming, who was running, had a change in his expression. The white skeleton in his hands turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was a peak true emperor and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. He was too powerful. Behind them, four figures quickly chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was one of the four martial emperors. One of them was surrounded by a divine light, clearly a true emperor. This emperor was the fastest and chased after Lu Ming with lightning speed. At this moment, an explosive roar came from a huge building. A huge claw stretched out of the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. Let's fight. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to charge inside while controlling the prison-suppressing steel to float above his head. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone brightly. The moment the giant claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it was as if it was burned by fire. It hurriedly withdrew. Lu Ming successfully dashed past this building and continued to go deeper. The true emperor caught up in just a few breaths. The true emperor naturally saw the claw earlier. He channeled his world force and was on full alert. Roar! Sure enough, the claw reached out once the true emperor got close. Its scales grew to the size of a house and aimed for the true emperor. What the hell is this? The true emperor roared and unleashed his world force. It turned into an axe and swung down. Boom! The battle axe chopped down on the huge palm, but the palm only trembled a little. It was completely fine. Only a shallow mark was left on the scales on the surface of the palm. On the other hand, the true emperor staggered back several steps. Roar! There seemed to be a terrifying fiend inside the building. It roared and reached for the true emperor with its claw. One could see that it was covered in black scales and bound by black chains. It made clanking noises as it reached for the true emperor. A world seemed to be floating in the true emperor's body. Several colors fused together to unleash a terrifying attack. This was the fusion of several types of laws, and its power was extremely terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming's initial integration of 2 types of laws, it was many times stronger. In the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many kinds of laws. They could even merge them together, and their might would be extremely shocking. Boom! The true emperor's attack collided with the claw. Clank! The chains clashed. The claw was stopped, but the true emperor couldn't make it through. This living creature is locked inside and can't get out. I'll block it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor said and attacked again, successfully entangling the claw. The other 3 had a serious expression. They circled around and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming went deeper and deeper. He passed through more than 10 buildings, but nothing happened. Boom, boom. While Lu Ming was running, a loud explosion came from one of the buildings ahead. A gigantic hand reached for Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in scales, but there was also a terrifying cold current that swept toward Lu Ming. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming felt as though he was about to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to attack with the prison-suppressing monument. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline could still restrain the other party. That huge hand stretched back and Lu Ming dashed past it. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other 2 had grave expressions. They weren't true emperors, so they didn't dare to charge forward. They circled around the building and chased after Lu Ming. Alas, they weren't so lucky. They didn't get far before a claw reached out from another building. Not good, retreat. One of them was shocked and retreated frantically. The expressions of the other 2 also changed abruptly, and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man was the weakest. He was only a 2-star Void Emperor and was caught. Ah! He screamed miserably and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. The hand squeezed and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the black-robed middle-aged man's body. He vomited blood and lost the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He came in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The reward could even help him survive the next calamity. But now he was going to die here. After that large hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then, within the building, there was a mournful scream, as well as the sound of crunching and chewing. The other 2 Void Emperors felt cold sweat all over. Even with their cultivation, they were sweating. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was eaten by the creature in the building. The 2 of them didn't dare to move forward and stopped there. Scram, you bunch of trash. The Blue Demon King rushed over and punched the claw that was fighting with the true emperor. A terrifying devilish flame burned and the claw was knocked away. Its scales scattered and fell to the ground. A peak true emperor was much stronger than an ordinary true emperor. Die! Chapter 2063. The Blue Demon King's strength was truly frightening. He was a peak true emperor expert. Although the creature in the building was powerful, it had been suppressed for countless years and didn't have much battle strength left. The Blue Demon King's demonic saber slashed down and chopped off the giant arm. The creature in the building roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast wanted to rush out. But in the end it didn't. The Blue Demon King rushed past and chased after Lu Ming. In front, Lu Ming's expression was solemn. The creatures in these buildings couldn't stop the Blue Demon King at all. He had to increase his speed. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and rushed forward. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time, it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to block it and rushed past. Next, Lu Ming encountered several buildings with creatures. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel to rush past them all. Behind him, the Blue Demon King chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for the creatures obstructing the Blue Demon King along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Right now, he couldn't control the Heaven Emperor's body. With his own cultivation, facing the Blue Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Heaven Emperor's body, he didn't have any treasures that could resist the Blue Demon King. After that, Lu Ming leaped a long distance. There were no more buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming didn't stop and could only continue forward. Now, he could only rely on his luck. He hoped that there was something that could stop the Blue Demon King. Lu Ming was like a flickering shadow, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. Behind them, the Blue Demon King continuously charged through the buildings and was about to reach the low rocky area. However, at this moment, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. Because there was no road ahead. There was a lake that blocked the way. This was a magma lake that covered an extremely wide area. It completely blocked the path ahead and emitted a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary magma, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. "Huh, kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Blue Demon King caught up and stopped not too far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of ridicule. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your face, but you're blaming it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Even in the face of despair, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Blue Demon King said coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move back then. He should have just sat there quietly. How could he lose face in front of everyone? "Kid, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to be able to reach this step. Give me your things or any ancient scriptures, and I might let you live." The Blue Demon King sneered. Lu Ming curled his lips. It would be strange if this old man would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not let him live. "How can I believe you?" Lu Ming said. "In the current situation, you have to believe me even if you don't want to." The Blue Demon King said coldly. "Go and kill those 3 guys and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the fortuitous encounters I've obtained." Lu Ming looked behind the Blue Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Blue Demon King's path and arrived here. Hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Blue Demon King was vicious and merciless. Perhaps he would really do that. "Kid, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and slowly interrogate you. Let's see if you'll hand it over or not." The Blue Demon King's body emitted a cold, killing intent, and terrifying demonic flames spread out. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved. With a step, his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now, he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. Trying to escape? The Blue Demon King shouted and blasted out a palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flames were like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it caught up to Lu Ming and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. Too painful. Being enveloped by the demonic flames was too painful. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burnt to a crisp. Lu Ming frantically circulated his saint power to cover his body. At the same time, he controlled the primal chaos law to cover his body with primal chaos light to resist the attack of the demonic flames. However, the demonic flames were released by the Blue Demon King. The Peak True Emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop. At this time, Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. After entering the lava lake, Lu Ming gathered his remaining strength and frantically rushed towards the bottom of the lake. "You want to leave?" "Impossible." The Blue Demon King's expression was very cold. He also rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom, boom. The Blue Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. Several terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply couldn't dodge and was hit by several demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Even with Lu Ming's current spiritual body, he couldn't resist at all. He felt as if his body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still didn't give up. He crazily rushed down. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on Lu Ming from all directions. Being burned by the Blue Demon King's demonic flames and the lava's flames, Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. His body was slowly burning into ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh on his body was disappearing, and even his bones were exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to dive at an astonishing speed because the Blue Demon King was still chasing after him. Boom! The Azure Demon struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already astonishing. Although the Blue Demon King's palm force broke through the lava, a portion of it had already been offset. Only a portion of it landed on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands and feet turned into ashes in the demonic flames. Only his body was still bitterly holding on as he continued to descend. However, the Blue Demon King still didn't give up the chase. The two of them continued to descend. Along the way, the Blue Demon King struck out a few more times. However, due to the obstruction of the lava, most of the power was blocked. At this moment, they had already dived for thousands of meters. At this point, the temperature was extremely terrifying. Even the Blue Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. This kid is dead for sure. Chapter 2064. The Blue Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead for sure. His demonic fire alone wasn't something that Lu Ming could resist. Under his demonic fire, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, this place was under the magma lake. Even he was wary of the magma here. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also frightening. Lu Ming was dead for sure under any one of the two conditions, not to mention the combination of the two conditions. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment, not only were Lu Ming's limbs burned to ashes, but his body was also on the verge of being reduced to ashes. The Blue Demon King sneered and rushed to the surface of the magma lake. Although he didn't obtain Lu Ming's fortune, being able to kill Lu Ming wasn't bad either. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Demon King rushed to the surface of the magma lake and flew to the surface. What happened to that brat? Someone asked. He's dead for sure. Let's go. We'll explore this ancient city and then leave. The Blue Demon King said. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. The other three followed the Blue Demon King. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed facing the greatest crisis of his life. At this moment, his body was about to be reduced to ashes. Most importantly, he couldn't muster any strength to rush up. His body was completely enveloped by the demonic fire. This was the demonic fire of a peak true emperor. It wouldn't extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk Lu Ming could clearly feel that his body was collapsing, disintegrating, and being burned to ashes. There were 3 strands of primal chaos energy in his body. At this moment, the 3 strands of primal chaos energy were like 3 small snakes swimming around before rushing into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Lu Ming used his soul power to move the Great Pill Development Cauldron and the Mountain River diagram in his Sea of Consciousness into another Saint Heart. Next, Lu Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was always hope for him to be resurrected. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's physical body was burned to ashes by the demonic fire and disappeared without a trace. Only the 2 Saint Hearts were left floating there. After the demonic fire burned Lu Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. Inside the Sacred Heart, Lu Ming's spirit could still sense everything that was happening outside. At this moment, he discovered that the lava outside was frantically squeezing towards the 2 Sacred Hearts. Let the 2 Sacred Hearts collide with each other. The magma outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed against them, as if it was going to crush them. Moreover, the terrifying temperature of the magma was also burning the Saint Hearts, as if it was going to melt them. Lu Ming was worried. If the 2 Sacred Hearts were to melt, then he would really have no chance at all. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming muttered as he glanced at the Great Pill Development Furnace that was floating in the Sacred Heart. If the sacred heart was shattered, leaving the great pill development furnace here, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying temperature outside. Although the great pill development furnace was miraculous, it would be dangerous in such an environment for a long time. This trip was originally to save Autumn Moon. However, before he could save Autumn Moon, he was already in danger. Clang. At this moment, the two sacred hearts shook violently and a corner of the outer layer crumbled. Boom. When the corner of the sacred heart crumbled, Lu Ming's spirit shook violently as if there was a terrifying flame enveloping his spirit. Am I really going to die here today? This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, he felt the aura of death. His spirit shook and his consciousness blurred. In the end, his vision turned black and he did not know anything. Only the two sacred hearts were being squeezed by the terrifying magma. However, a strange scene happened. The shattered parts of the two sacred hearts did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead, they stuck together and flew back into the sacred hearts. Clang, clang. As the magma squeezed and burned, more and more of the two sacred hearts crumbled. However, the fragments and powder of the sacred hearts fused together and flew back into the two sacred hearts. It was as if the two sacred hearts were fusing together. Of course, Lu Ming did not know any of this. Next, the sacred hearts continued to crumble and then fuse together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, there were originally two sacred hearts. However, this time, there was only one. It turned into a bigger sacred heart. Buzz. When the two saint hearts merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. Then, the larger saint heart started to spin at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the sacred heart produced a strange power. The energy in the magma around him gathered toward Lu Ming. Just like that, a few days passed. A strange scene occurred. With the sacred heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. It was just an outline and not a real body. It was made up of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, the 3 streams of chaotic chi from the sacred heart flew out and wandered around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the sacred heart. Then, it diffused out from the sacred heart and poured into the outline of the body. The silhouette of this body was slowly solidifying. Reforging the body. This was a reforging of the body. When the two sacred hearts fused into one, they were reforging the body on their own. Moreover, they were using the energy in the magma to reforge the body. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, a total of 3 months passed. In the magma, a perfect body appeared. This body was Lu Ming's body. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on the skin, as if flames were burning. The curves of the body were perfect, but they seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were also perfectly fused into the body. At this moment, the fingers of the body moved. Slowly, it opened its eyes. This is... Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his body and was very shocked. He remembered very clearly that when he was attacked by the Blue Demon King, his body turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Even the sacred heart was squeezed by the magma, his soul was shaken, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He did not expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. Lu Ming felt something strange the next moment. He found that although this body was still made of flesh and blood, it was stronger than before. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were perfectly fused and full of explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the magma around it. It was as if it was one with the magma around it. The magma around it was ineffective against it. This was not because Lu Ming's body was so strong that it was unafraid of the temperature of the magma. It was because his body was reforged with the energy here. Their energy was the same, so it was unafraid. Chapter 2065. My body has been reforged. Lu Ming thought for a while and realized the problem. He was overjoyed. Although he did not understand how his body had been reforged, it was a good thing no matter what. No, my sacred heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his sacred heart. Previously, there were two sacred hearts. How did it become one now? It was just that this sacred heart was bigger. Could it be that the two sacred hearts have merged together? Lu Ming guessed and was shocked. He had never thought that the two sacred hearts that had been cultivated with the twin life forbidden skill could merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had his body been reforged, but his cultivation had also increased. He had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Not only that, Lu Ming also realized that after the two sacred hearts had merged, his two laws had also completely merged. Previously, the array law and the chaotic law had only been in the initial stages of merging. Now they had completely merged. The two laws have completely merged. Their power will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, the strength of his body had increased greatly. The two laws had also merged. He had heard that martial emperors had to take this step. Martial emperors needed to comprehend different laws. Then they needed to fuse the different laws together. He was now doing what martial emperors should do. If the Blue Demon King knew about this, he would probably be furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain river diagram and the great pill development furnace returned to his mind. The suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline and found that they were still there. This made him secretly amazed. He had never been able to understand these two bloodlines and felt that it was very strange. This time, even his body had been destroyed. After the reforging, the two bloodlines were still there. This was really difficult to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how much time has passed, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb energy here. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearcha's body to absorb the surrounding energy. The Celestial Thearcha's body was like a black hole, absorbing the energy from the outside like crazy. In the magma, a large amount of fire energy was absorbed by the Sky Emperor's body. Not long after, with the Celestial Thearcha's body as the center, all the energy in the magma was sucked dry and turned into rock. Lu Ming could only move to another location and continue absorbing. The energy required for a Heavenly Emperor's physical body was too much, incomparably astonishing. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year. In that more than half a year, he had been fighting with the evil god tribe. Every time he killed an evil god tribe member, he would let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the crystals that they carried. In that more than half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless evil god tribe members and let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the Celestial Emperor's body's energy accumulated, the harder it was to increase it. The energy required was even more shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to absorb energy under the magma. Large amounts of magma turned into rock. 2 days later, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Emperor's body had already stored a portion of energy before. 8% is not enough. I need at least 10%. The temperature below the magma is higher, so I'll go down and absorb. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he headed down. As long as the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had accumulated to more than 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. At that time, he would be able to fight against a great emperor. This time, his chances of obtaining the immemorial demon coffin would be greatly increased. Also, there was the Blue Demon King. A cold, killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He had to kill the Blue Demon King. Lu Ming rushed down into the magma lake. The temperature below the magma lake was shockingly high. Even the Blue Demon King had retreated. It could be seen how shocking it was. Even though Lu Ming's current body was reforged with the energy of the magma lake, he didn't dare to go too deep. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming didn't want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time, he was lucky to have reforged his body. Next time, he might not be so lucky. This is it. After diving for a while, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Emperor's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much stronger. When he finished absorbing the nearby energy, Lu Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a horizontal shift. Lu Ming didn't dare to continue diving. After a few more days, the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body increased explosively. It reached a shocking 16%. It was 4% more than the previous time. Enough! Lu Ming was overjoyed. 16% energy was absolutely shocking. If he fought the great emperor of the He clan again with this amount of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pulp. Lu Ming decided to leave this place. The key was that the energy above the magma lake had almost been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. If he went down, the temperature would be too high. Lu Ming didn't dare to go down. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had been here. He wondered how the ancient great emperor and the others were doing. Did they find the ancient demon coffin? Lu Ming put the Celestial Emperor's body into the mountain river diagram. Then he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Lu Ming left the magma lake and landed on the shore. He looked around and didn't see anyone. It seems like the Blue Demon King and the others have all left. I don't know how long it's been. Let's look at the map first. Lu Ming thought. He took out the black jade talisman and injected his saint power into it. Suddenly, a black diagram floated in the air. Something's happening. Lu Ming's heart jumped. The other parts of the black diagram were pitch black. However, there were some dots of light shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had also activated the jade talisman to see it. In one place, there was a group of dots of light. There were at least 100 of them, shining brightly. And in other places, there were dots of light moving towards that group of dots of light. There are so many people gathered together. Could it be that the ancient great emperor had already gathered everyone? Lu Ming thought. This meant that the ancient great emperor hadn't taken back the ancient demon coffin. Let's go! Lu Ming put away the jade talisman and rushed out of the city. When he passed by the buildings, there were still beast roars and claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the buildings safely. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entire ancient city and exited the city gate. Kill! Chapter 2066. The black mass of demonic spirits charged at Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 one-star illusionary emperor demonic spirits. Their attacks were terrifying. Scram! Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out 2 punches. Don't. Lu Ming's attack collided with the 2 demonic spirit martial emperors, creating 2 loud explosions. The 2 demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not block Lu Ming's terrifying power and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle strength. Kill. Lu Ming's arms shook. He felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed out 2 fingers. Sacred power burst out. At the same time, the Law of Array and the Law of Primal Chaos merged and strengthened the Chaotic Calamity Finger. The 2 terrifying finger forces blasted toward the 2 demonic spirit martial emperors. Wherever he passed, energy surged, and all the demonic spirits in front of him all collapsed and exploded. The 2 demonic spirit martial emperors seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out. This time, the 2 demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They were forced to retreat and their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. His battle prowess had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin. The 2 one-star martial emperors were completely suppressed by him. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for the 1-star martial emperors. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the other party. At that time, Lu Ming's battle strength was enough to contend with an ordinary one-star martial emperor if he had broken through to the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, this time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only broken through. The strength of his physical body and the fusion of the two laws had increased his battle strength again. He could already suppress one-star martial emperors. Even the two one-star martial emperors were suppressed by him. Lu Ming continued to point out the chaotic calamity finger. The two demonic spirit martial emperors were forced back by Lu Ming. They could only barely resist. As for the demonic spirits below the martial emperor level, they exploded when they were swept by Lu Ming's finger forces. Bang! Bang! The weapons of the two demonic spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that their armors were extremely tough, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill! Not far away, shouts of killing could be heard as a few more demonic spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperors. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure turned around and rushed outside. Everywhere he passed, large swathes of devil spirits were scattered. Ordinary devil spirits couldn't stop him at all. Lu Ming rampaged, breaking through the attack of the devil spirit army in a short while, and disappeared here. After leaving this area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again and activated the pattern on it. He could clearly see that Lu Ming's side also had a dot of light shining. Lu Ming found a direction and rushed towards that pile of dots of light. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything strange. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming got closer and closer to that group of dots of light. However, it still took 3 days for Lu Ming to get close to those dots of light. When Xiao Chen looked into the distance, he saw a group of people standing high in the sky. With one glance, Lu Ming saw the ancient great emperor. There was also the Blue Demon King. Furthermore, the few martial emperors who chased after him back then were also there. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a cold killing intent. In the next moment, he concealed it very well. Lu Ming put away the jade card and flew towards the ancient great emperor's group. With the ancient great emperor around, Xiao Chen believed that the Blue Demon King would not dare to make a move against him. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not fear the Blue Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Lu Ming could use this opportunity to eliminate the other party. Lu Ming flew over, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming you. When the Blue Demon King saw Lu Ming, his mouth opened so wide that it could fit a duck egg. His eyeballs were about to fall out. It was simply unbelievable. Wasn't Lu Ming's body burned by his demonic fire and he was blasted into the magma? How was he still alive? Furthermore, Lu Ming's body looked undamaged. Even his aura seemed much stronger. The Blue Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Lu Ming before him was someone else in disguise. Blue Demon King, it looks like you're really old. You don't even recognize me? Lu Ming sneered. How could this be? The Blue Demon King was still flabbergasted. The few martial emperors who chased after Lu Ming were also flabbergasted, their faces filled with disbelief. Thanks to the Blue Demon King, I'm fine. I just accidentally broke through my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Blue Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His cultivation had broken through. Lu Ming wanted to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Blue Demon King. If it wasn't for the Blue Demon King, my cultivation would probably still need some time to break through. Lu Ming said again. The Blue Demon King only felt pain in his liver, lungs, and entire body. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he really almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? The ancient Great Emperor looked over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Blue Demon King hurriedly said. It's good that you're fine. Our goal is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. None of you should act recklessly. The ancient Great Emperor warned. With his experience, how could he not see that something must have happened between Lu Ming and the Blue Demon King? However, since Lu Ming was fine, he would not care. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and did not say anything. The Blue Demon King secretly glanced at Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not die, which shocked him. Moreover, he had broken through. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. Such people were usually very difficult to kill. Often, when faced with danger, they could turn it into safety and even use it to break through. In the Blue Demon King's opinion, Lu Ming was such a person. Such a person should be eliminated. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. When Lu Ming grew stronger in the future, he would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, he had to eliminate Lu Ming before Lu Ming grew stronger. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. In the end, Lu Ming looked for others to inquire about the news. After asking, Lu Ming found out that he had been in the magma for a few months. This time, the ancient great emperor found traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Therefore, he used the map to gather everyone here. When the time came, they would snatch the ancient demonic coffin back. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people here. At this time, the ancient great emperor introduced the situation to everyone. The ancient great emperor waved his hand and a picture appeared in the air. In the picture, there was a large mountain. On the mountain, there was a group of figures. That is, everyone's eyes narrowed because the figures on the mountain were all wearing black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they looked very similar to the person who had fought with the ancient great emperor. Chapter 2067. Of course, with so many black-robed men, it was impossible for all of them to be great emperors. They were probably from the same race. The group of black-robed men looked skinny and not very burly. At this moment, they were circling a huge black coffin, shouting different things as if they were performing some kind of ritual. Is that the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming stared at the huge black coffin in the image. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. Boom! Suddenly, one of the black-robed men looked at the void as if he was looking at them. With a wave of his hand, the void trembled and the image formed by the ancient great emperor collapsed. Obviously, the other party's great emperor had discovered that the ancient great emperor was spying on them. The other party has an immortal emperor, the same one who fought against me before. There are also some other experts. Later on, I will act to tie down their immortal emperor while you guys act to seize the Ionic devil coffin. After that, don't stay here any longer and immediately leave the Devil Sea. Do you understand? The ancient great emperor instructed. Yes, great emperor. Everyone obeyed. Following which, the ancient great emperor took the lead and everyone flew forward. Not long after, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was very shocking. They could see it even from afar. That mountain was the image that the ancient great emperor had shown just now. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient great emperor moved and rushed towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it was faster than everyone could react. When the ancient great emperor got close to the mountain, a black light rushed out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall that cut through the void. It was also like a demonic blade that slashed towards the ancient great emperor. Boom! The ancient great emperor also made his move. When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion rang out. Don't. The two of them continued to exchange blows, causing the sky to rumble. The two of them fought high up in the sky and tore the space apart. It's our turn to attack. Kill. Azure Demon shouted coldly and rushed towards the mountain. Before he left, he coldly glanced at Lu Ming. The strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward because they were much faster than quasi-emperors. Then, the most numerous quasi-emperors also charged forward. Lu Ming was among the many quasi-emperors. In a few breaths, those martial emperors were about to reach the mountain in front. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were two old men with extremely powerful auras. They were both Void Emperor realm experts. The two of them revealed a faint killing intent as they blocked Lu Ming's path. Some quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming with pitiful expressions. However, no one stayed behind, all of them flying forward. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming and the two old men were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said calmly. It's simple. I'll take your life. The old man on the right revealed a cold smile. The Blue Demon King asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if you know? You're still going to die. The old man on the right said. Let's end this quickly. It's not good to be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. In the next moment, the two old men's auras skyrocketed. They were about to kill Lu Ming. Then die. At this moment, a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword light slashed out. The two Void Emperor Realm old men's attacks and defenses were useless. They were cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword chi went through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the two Void Emperors were killed instantly without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and dashed toward the mountain in front of him. At this moment, a great battle had broken out on the mountain. The experts of the ancient demon nation and the black-robed men were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming restrained his aura. Like a ghost, he approached the mountain at high speed. He did not attack. He wanted to use the divine breath technique to climb the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming followed the mountain and avoided the others by using the boulders. Soon he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the peak soon. Boom, boom. Around the mountain, there was a great battle between martial emperors. Gravel flew everywhere. All kinds of boulders were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged them skillfully. Lu Ming was quickly approaching the peak. Suddenly, a blazing aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His body that was moving forward suddenly stopped and then retreated rapidly. Boom! A beam of scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you are really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Who else could it be other than the Blue Demon King? Just now, the Blue Demon King had defeated an opponent and wanted to rush to the peak. Unexpectedly, he found Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp and he managed to dodge the attack. The Blue Demon King's eyes were filled with killing intent and shock. He had sent two Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. They were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor and the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound. This shocked him. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. Since I didn't kill you last time, I'll kill you again. This time, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter your soul. Let's see if you can still survive. The Blue Demon King's eyes were gloomy as his body emitted devilish flames. A peak true emperor was too frightening. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, the Blue Demon King did not use his full strength. Later, Lu Ming jumped into the magma and the magma greatly hindered the Blue Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge two Saint Hearts. Bang! The Blue Demon King moved. He took a step forward and his devilish flames turned into a devilish flame saber that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed out. Boom! The stone sword and the devilish flame saber clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him and couldn't help but retreat. However, the devilish flame saber was blocked by him. Your sword. The Blue Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting blazing flames. Lu Ming was only a paragon saint, but he could unleash such terrifying power with the stone sword. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? The Blue Demon King's heart was burning. He understood that the two Void Emperors from before were killed by this sword. Hand over the sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. Chapter 2068. The Blue Demon King stared at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic flames, raising the temperature of the scene to a terrifying level. Blue Demon King, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Following that, a stone golem appeared in front of Lu Ming. When the stone golem first appeared, it was only as tall as a person. However, it rapidly grew in size until it was like a small mountain. The Blue Demon King was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body fused with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Blue Demon King, die. The stone golem roared and slapped at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's pupils shrank. He felt a terrifying danger and frantically retreated. However, the stone golem's hand was even faster. It instantly caught up to the Blue Demon King and blocked all of the Blue Demon King's escape routes. Boom. The stone golem's aura was extremely powerful as the stone golem's hand pressed down. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He erupted with all his strength and controlled a true emperor weapon to attack the stone golem's hand. He wanted to block the attack. However, the stone golem's true emperor weapon was directly destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded the Blue Demon King's body. The Blue Demon King miserably screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This mountain had been corroded by demonic energy for many years and had long become immortal. However, it was still shattered by the Blue Demon King, creating a huge crater. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Blue Demon King crazily roared in his heart. He found it hard to believe that the stone golem's power was so strong. He was a peak true emperor, but he still couldn't resist this stone golem. He was truly terrified. But if Lu Ming had such a powerful stone man, why didn't he use it in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming had almost died at his hands, and he hadn't even used the stone man. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the stone man in the ancient city? The stone man found under the magma? Thinking of this, the Blue Demon King almost vomited blood. If that was the case, wouldn't he be helping Lu Ming? Boom! The stone giant landed heavily in front of the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King was greatly alarmed. He wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone giant stomped down, directly crushing the Blue Demon King beneath its feet. The Blue Demon King screamed miserably like a toad that had been stepped on and almost exploded. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire nation. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the ancient devil nation to threaten Lu Ming. Don't use the ancient devil nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the ancient devil nation. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King roared crazily. He was almost scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The battle sword slashed down, and the Blue Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul scattered. After killing the Blue Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Blue Demon King's storage ring. He then took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. A black-robed man tried to stop him, but he was killed with a single slash. With the energy stored in the stone giant, he could easily abuse the great emperor of the He clan. No one below the great emperor realm could stop Lu Ming. Those who dared to stop Lu Ming were instantly killed. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were attracted to the battle with the ancient devil nation. There was only one black-robed man who was still sitting beside the giant coffin. Ancient devil coffin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he could get the ancient devil coffin, he could save Autumn Moon. Swoosh. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the ancient devil coffin. But at this time, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in front of the demonic coffin suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 terrifying divine swords, piercing through everything. Clang, clang. The 2 rays of light hit Lu Ming's hand, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A terrifying force stopped the hand from moving forward. At the same time, the black-robed man rushed forward. His body emitted a terrifying demonic light. He waved his hands, and 2 black palm prints were sent towards Lu Ming. The palm prints were powerful enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Great Emperor! There was actually a great emperor here. There were actually 2 great emperors among the black-robed men. One of them was fighting with the ancient great emperor, while the other was guarding this place. Under the Devil's Sea, there was a group of black-robed men. There were actually 2 great emperors among them. This was shocking. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the fist of the stone man was sent towards the black-robed man. Boom, boom. There were 2 consecutive deafening booms. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's 2 palm prints. Slash. With a thought, Lu Ming's stone sword flew out and slashed down. The black-robed man's body jerked, and demonic light filled the sky. At the same time, he controlled the power of the Great Tao and turned it into a demonic weapon that attacked Lu Ming. Another loud explosion could be heard. The stone sword buzzed, and it was sent flying back into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the stone sword in his hand and continuously slashed at the black-robed man. He unleashed a torrential attack, completely ignoring his own injuries. The black-robed man used the Great Tao as a weapon, and his attack power was shocking. However, when it landed on the Heavenly Emperor's body, it couldn't break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's body at all. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu used the body of a stone man to attain the Heavenly Emperor realm. His body's defensive power was stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors. Ordinary Great Emperors couldn't break through it at all. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, ignoring his defense. His combat power increased greatly. The black-robed man was forced back by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage for a moment. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He reached out with his claw, wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore, standing at this position, he could clearly see the situation inside the demonic coffin. There was actually a person lying inside the demonic coffin. It was a woman with peerless beauty. Xian Yanqing. The woman in the demonic coffin was actually Xian Yanqing. The moment he saw Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming was completely stunned. Why would Xian Yanqing appear here? Back then, the Ice Dragon Ancestor had brought Xian Yanqing and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had brought Lu Ming. They had broken out from different directions. From then on, he had lost contact with Xian Yanqing and had never seen her again. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Xian Yanqing would appear here. This was one of the forbidden areas of the land of infinite demons, the Devil's Sea. Moreover, Xian Yanqing was still lying in the demonic coffin. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Xian Yanqing's vital signs were normal. There was no problem at all. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, Xian Yanqing's eyes were closed as she lay in the demonic coffin. It was as if she couldn't sense anything from the outside world. Put it away first. Lu Ming didn't care so much. He would put it away first. Chapter 2069. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. Since Xian Yanqing was lying in the ancient demonic coffin, Lu Ming was determined to get his hands on the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming waved his stone sword and launched a barrage of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was pushed back again. Just when Lu Ming had the chance to keep the ancient demonic coffin, the space above the mountain cracked open and a figure appeared. The figure was covered in demonic light and his face could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand was formed and grabbed at the ancient demonic coffin. Get lost. Lu Ming left the black-robed great emperor and took a heavy step forward. His huge figure dashed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the stone sword slashed out violently. Boom! The sword light shattered the giant hand that the other party had congealed. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The figure could only block the attack and clashed with the stone sword. Boom! The figure was pushed back a few steps and the demonic light on his body shook, revealing his face. Undying Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The expert that had appeared was the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. The Undying Emperor wants the ancient demonic coffin, the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he guessed the undead Heavenly Emperor's intention. The Undying Emperor did not want to fight with Lu Ming. His body shook and a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. It was as if all of them were real. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He controlled the stone man and its body shrunk to the size of a normal person. Lu Ming's speed increased tremendously after he became the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword and a dozen sword lights were shot towards the undying emperor's figures. Bang! More than 10 figures of the undead emperor attacked at the same time. All of them displayed their terrifying battle strength and defeated Lu Ming's sword light. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the Ionic devil coffin, the black-robed great emperor appeared once more, blocking Lu Ming's path. The three of them fell into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the undying Emperor Lord wanted to snatch the Ionic demon coffin, whereas the black-robed Emperor Lord wanted to protect the Ionic demon coffin. Lu Ming was infuriated. He completely disregarded his own defense. The energy within the stone man erupted wildly, suppressing the other two for a moment. But in this way, the stone golem's energy consumption was astonishing. It wouldn't be able to last for too long. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the black-robed emperor howled, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He actually risked his injuries to receive an attack from Lu Ming and retreated towards the Ionic devil coffin. At the same time, he blasted out a move that landed on the ancient fiend coffin, sending it flying away. In that direction, there was a ravine that was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. The Ionic devil coffin flew into the ravine and disappeared. The Ionic devil coffin is mine. The undying Emperor Lord charged towards the ravine. But just as he was about to charge in, he seemed to be blocked by a force. Following this, the undying Emperor Lord's body was sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming also charged towards the ravine. Boom! At the entrance of the ravine, Lu Ming seemed to have rammed into a wall. There was a force blocking him. Lu Ming unleashed the energy within the stone golem, but it was useless. He was blocked by the force and couldn't charge in. Moreover, there was a powerful force in the ravine that charged towards Lu Ming. Even the stone golem's energy couldn't resist it. Lu Ming was sent flying. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter. Those below the Martial Emperor realm can forget about coming out. The black-robed great emperor sneered. However, it seemed like Lu Ming did not hear him. He continued to charge into the ravine with a kick. As he was about to reach the entrance of the ravine, the stone golem emitted a glow and disappeared, revealing Lu Ming's actual body. With a whoosh, Lu Ming charged into the ravine and disappeared. Those below the Martial Emperor realm. The black-robed great emperor blurted out. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can enter, but they won't be able to come out for the rest of their lives." Damn it! The undying Emperor Lord let out a furious roar and charged into the ravine once again. The black-robed great emperor did not stop him. This time, the undying emperor did not manage to enter the ravine. He was sent flying by a force. Bang! A loud explosion could be heard in the sky. Following this, 2 rays of light flew in the direction of the ravine. Following this, 2 figures appeared. They were the ancient great emperor and the other black-robed great emperor. The 2 black-robed great emperors had gathered together. The ancient great emperor glanced at the undying emperor coldly and said, "Undying, are you here to steal the ancient demonic coffin too? Brother Ancient One, you can't even protect your own treasure well and have it stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it." The undying emperor let out a hollow laugh with a disdainful look. "There's no need for you to worry." The ancient emperor snorted coldly before looking at the gorge. Stepping forth, he headed in the direction of the gorge. The 2 black-robed great emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, the ancient great emperor was the same as the undying emperor. He was sent flying by the force. "You can't enter, please leave," one of the black-robed great emperors said. "Aren't you going to hand over the ancient demonic coffin that you stole from me?" The ancient great emperor's eyes were extremely cold. "Of course it's useful. Besides, we can't give it to you even if we want to. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter, and those below the Martial Emperor realm can't come out either." One of the black-robed great emperors said with a hollow laugh. Those below the martial emperor realm can't come out? The ancient great emperor frowned. So, please leave. Don't think about letting those below the martial emperor realm in. This is the sacred place of our tribe. No one can enter. One of the black-robed great emperors said. The two of them moved and blocked the entrance of the ravine. This is your business. I won't interfere. The undying emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his to begin with. So, he didn't lose anything. On the other hand, the ancient great emperor had suffered a great loss after losing the ancient demonic coffin. The undying emperor laughed. He then tore the space apart and left the place. The ancient great emperor looked at the ravine with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He then flew into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place!" "Stop it!" the black-robed great emperors ordered. All of a sudden, the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed up into the sky. They came to the ancient great emperor's side. "Great Emperor, the Blue Demon King has been killed by Lu Ming," one of the true emperors reported to the ancient great emperor. "I know." The Blue Demon King asked for it. The ancient great emperor nodded with a cold look in his eyes. Although he was fighting with the enemy, he was still paying attention to the situation below. He knew everything that had happened. Chapter 2070. Hearing the ancient great emperor's words, no one dared to say anything. They knew that the Blue Demon King's death was in vain. This was because the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed were simply too terrifying. Not to mention his rare talents, just the stone statue alone was enough to fight against an emperor. This alone was enough to gain the attention of the ancient great emperor. The Blue Demon King was just a true emperor. Given his age, it was impossible for him to break through to the emperor realm in his lifetime. Therefore, his death was in vain. "Let's go back first," the ancient great emperor said. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin had been passed down for countless years. It was the most precious treasure of the ancient demonic kingdom. It was mysterious and he wouldn't give it up so easily. He planned to go back first and bring more experts with him. Soon, the people of the ancient demonic kingdom left the place. Will that kid be okay after going in? A black-robed emperor looked in the direction of the valley. Martial emperors can't enter this place. Those below martial emperors can't come out unless they are heaven-defying geniuses. However, such geniuses were rare even in the ancient era. Another black-robed emperor said. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the valley, he saw the ancient demonic coffin in front of him. Lu Ming hurried over and looked into the demonic coffin. Xian Yanqing was lying quietly in the coffin. His breathing was even as if he was asleep. This was definitely Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming wouldn't be mistaken. His aura was exactly the same. "Shao Qing, Shao Qing," Lu Ming called out softly. However, Xian Yanqing didn't respond at all. Why is Shao Qing here? Moreover, he's lying in the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin should have been stolen by the black-robed emperors. They spent so much effort to steal the ancient demonic coffin. Why did they put Shao Qing in the coffin? Could it be that Shao Qing's soul was injured and those black-robed emperors were trying to save Shao Qing? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and guesses. However, all of this would have to wait for Xian Yanqing to wake up to find out the answer. "Let's leave this place first," Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he looked behind him and was shocked by what he saw. Because there was no path behind. That place was clearly the entrance to the canyon, the place where Lu Ming had just entered. But now, there was nothing there. There was no entrance to the canyon. Lu Ming punched out, and a fist energy blasted towards the void, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not stir up any waves. "There's no way back. Looks like I can only go forward." Lu Ming looked toward the front of the canyon. Up ahead, it was incomparably deep and dark. It was unknown how long it went or where it led to. Lu Ming stored the ancient demonic coffin into the mountain and river diagram and proceeded forward. "Stop. You can't cross this path." Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly. It was a middle-aged man with a saber on his back. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Senior, I came here by accident. Please make things easy for me. You can't cross this place unless you defeat me. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and his voice was cold as if he was not a real person. Lu Ming looked carefully and saw that the middle-aged man was not a real person, but a condensation of energy. Could it be that I have to go through some tests to get out of here? Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he rushed over and used the health-suppressing heaven skill to punch out. Swoosh! A saber light with a black light burst out, splitting the fog and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! The saber light collided with Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Lu Ming's figure could not help but retreat. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Lu Ming could tell that the middle-aged burly man was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, his strength was indeed a little frightening. Lu Ming had used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the law of primal chaos. The power of that punch was enough to force a one-star void emperor to retreat. However, the situation just now was the opposite. The one who retreated was Lu Ming. Again, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a desire to fight as he stepped forward. Chaotic light spread out from his body and covered his entire body. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the chaos ring and pointed out. A huge chaotic calamity finger pressed toward the other party. At the same time, endless runes spread out from his left hand, and 9 dragons flew out and attacked the other party. The middle-aged man's face was cold as if it would always be the same expression. The saber in his hand slashed out again. The jet-black saber light directly tore apart the chaotic calamity finger and the 9 dragons formed by the law of array. Saber chi swept out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Even the law of primal chaos and chaotic light that covered his body were almost torn apart. What terrifying combat strength! This middle-aged man was definitely an astonishing existence among the emperor-to-be. If we can't separate, then we'll merge. The desire to fight in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the middle-aged man. His finger continuously pointed out, and streams of finger force shot toward the other party. This was the chaotic calamity finger, but it was indeed the result of the fusion of the law of primal chaos and the law of array. Now, because the 2 sacred hearts had merged into one, Lu Ming's 2 laws had also completely merged, and its power was astonishing. The saber light in the middle-aged man's hand flashed and collided with the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! Boom! Saber light overflowed and energy burst out, constantly bombarding the canyon. With their current combat strength, they could definitely tear the ground apart, but in this canyon, they could only leave shallow marks on the ground and walls. The 2 exchanged a few blows. Surprisingly, Lu Ming could not gain the upper hand even after using the fusion of the 2 laws. He could only fight to a draw with the other party. Kill! Lu Ming roared and unleashed his strength to the extreme. His sacred heart spun rapidly, and his sacred power surged like a river, constantly gushing out. Lu Ming circulated the power of the laws to the extreme as he fought the middle-aged man. Even so, the 2 were still tied. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the other party and borrowed the force to retreat a few hundred meters. When Lu Ming retreated a distance, the middle-aged man did not chase after him. He just stood there blocking his way. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked. He guessed that the middle-aged man's combat strength was about the same as an Elysian child's. Even if it was not too far off. Lu Ming's current cultivation was very close to that of a quasi-emperor, and Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger than an ordinary Elysian child's. The sacred heart was formed by 2 sacred hearts, and with the fusion of the 2 laws, Lu Ming was confident that he could even fight against an Elysian child who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. But now, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. Just now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of another matter. He raised his hand, and a wave of death chi spread out from his palm. Chapter 2071. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the law of death emanated from his hand. Although it was very weak, only a trace of aura, It was enough to shake the whole world if it were to spread. Lu Ming himself was also shocked. He was dumbfounded and took a long time to react. He seemed to have mastered the law of death. Previously, in the ancient city, Lu Ming was chased by the Blue Demon King and rushed into the magma. His body was burned and turned into ashes. In a way, Lu Ming had really fallen at that time and was facing death. That experience gave Lu Ming a deep understanding of death. Later, when his body was reassembled, he had been busy absorbing energy for the Heavenly Emperor's body and did not have time to carefully sense it. Just now, when he fought with the middle-aged man with all his strength and circulated his strength to the extreme, his moves actually contained a trace of the law of death. This was an incredible thing. Below the martial emperor realm, one could only comprehend one law. This was the truth. However, because Lu Ming cultivated the twin life restriction and merged his main body and second body, he cultivated 2 sacred hearts and mastered 2 laws. Then, when he was on the verge of death in the magma, the 2 sacred hearts merged, causing the 2 laws to fuse together. Below the martial emperor realm, one could control 2 laws and fuse them together. This was already an incredible thing, and countless people would be shocked if they heard it. However, compared to now, it was just a small matter. The law of death was also one of the 10 supreme laws. Moreover, no 2 of the 10 supreme laws could coexist. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Even if one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, it was impossible to control 2 supreme laws. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. However, now Lu Ming had not reached the martial emperor realm, but he seemed to have mastered 2 supreme laws. Although the law of death was still extremely weak, he had indeed mastered it. 2 supreme laws coexisting. If this spread, people would be scared to death. Could it be because of my sacred heart? Lu Ming could not help but guess. His sacred heart was too special. It was transformed from the twin life restriction. In history, even if there were people who cultivated the twin life restriction and even cultivated 2 saint hearts, they would not be able to do so. But no one was like Lu Ming, whose 2 sacred hearts had merged again. The probability of this happening was simply too small. Therefore, Lu Ming's special sacred heart allowed him to accommodate many nomological laws at the same time, including the 10 strongest nomological laws. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was ecstatic. Did this mean that he would be able to control more ultimate laws in the future? If he were to grasp all of the 10 supreme laws and fuse them together, what would happen? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but thump in anticipation. Then I'll cultivate here for a while. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before taking out the ancient demon coffin and placing it on the ground. After glancing at Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged beside the ancient demon coffin and started to comprehend the law of death. As he deepened his comprehension, a layer of death intent emanated from his body. Although it was extremely faint, it was indeed the law of death. Lu Ming cultivated continuously for several days. His comprehension of the law of death slowly deepened, but it was not even half complete. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He knew that he had really grasped the law of death. The same person had grasped 2 ultimate laws at the same time. Even Lu Ming himself felt like he was dreaming. The law of death is still too weak now. When the law of death is improved and can even be fused with other laws, how strong will it be? Also, I've already grasped 3 laws. Can I grasp more? Lu Ming's imagination began to run wild. At his current level, he naturally did not need to comprehend other laws like he did when his cultivation was low. He could skip these steps and directly comprehend the laws. Just like martial emperors, when they comprehended new laws, they would start from the laws. In the following days, Lu Ming comprehended the law of death every day, trying to fuse the law of death with the other 2 laws. Lu Ming's saint heart was really amazing. The process of Lu Ming trying to fuse the laws was actually very smooth. Half a month later, Lu Ming's law of death had already been cultivated to 10%. He could also fuse it with the law of chaos and the law of array path. In this way, Lu Ming's battle strength had increased by a few points. However, in this half a month, Xian Yanqing had not woken up. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. What if Xian Yanqing never woke up? Was he still waiting for the ancient demonic coffin in mid-autumn moon? However, it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait. Lu Ming focused his mind and continued to comprehend the law of death. Now, the law of chaos and the law of array path were already very mature. It was very difficult to improve. But the law of death was only at the initial stage. While Lu Ming was in the magma back then, it was equivalent to experiencing death. His comprehension of the law of death was extremely fast. As time passed, his comprehension of the law of death became deeper and deeper. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in this canyon for a month. The maturity of the law of death had also reached 20%. Let's go again. Lu Ming put away the ancient demonic coffin and stepped forward. When he arrived at a certain area, that middle-aged burly man appeared again. Without anything to say, Lu Ming directly made his move. The moment he made his move, Lu Ming used his full strength. This time, Lu Ming used 3 kinds of laws together. The law of death was one of the 10 strongest laws after all. Fusing with the law of chaos, the power that erupted was actually terrifyingly strong. It was as if some kind of qualitative change had occurred. This time, Lu Ming completely gained the upper hand. After several dozen moves, Lu Ming defeated the other party's saber light with one move, bombarding the other party's body, defeating the other party. He finally defeated this middle-aged burly man. Lu Ming revealed a smile and continued forward. However, after advancing for a while, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. Because 2 figures appeared in front of him. 2 middle-aged burly men. Lu Ming fought with the other party and discovered that the 2 middle-aged burly men's combat strength was exactly the same as the previous one. One was already very terrifying. 2 attacking together, Lu Ming used all his strength but still fell into a disadvantage. He was speechless and could only retreat. Looks like I won't be able to break out in a short time. Lu Ming shook his head, then took out the ancient demonic coffin again. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just now, he discovered that Xian Yanqing's finger moved. Lu Ming definitely did not see wrongly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Could it be that Xian Yanqing was about to wake up? Lu Ming stared closely at Xian Yanqing. Sure enough, not long after, Xian Yanqing's finger moved again. Not long after, it moved again. A moment later, Xian Yanqing made an "in" sound and opened her eyes. After opening her big black eyes, she saw Lu Ming. At first, her eyes were a little blank. Then endless joy. Lu Ming. Chapter 2072. Xian Yanqing's eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming. At first, she seemed to be in disbelief, but slowly, it turned into pleasant surprise. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing called out softly, still in disbelief, as if she was dreaming. Shao Qing, it's me. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. Xian Yanqing had finally woken up. From the looks of it, she was fine. It had been several years since they had last parted. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Lu Ming, it's really you. Xian Yanqing seemed to have finally confirmed that it was really Lu Ming. Her delicate body moved, and she rushed out of the ancient demon coffin, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming hugged Xian Yanqing's slender waist and hugged Xian Yanqing tightly in his arms. After a long while, the 2 of them separated. Shao Qing, why are you here? And why are you in the ancient demon coffin? How is Patriarch Ice Dragon? And who are those black-robed men? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He was indeed full of questions. Back then, Patriarch Ice Dragon and I escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect. Then, Xian Yanqing told him about her experiences over the years. Back then, Xian Yanqing and Patriarch Ice Dragon had escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect and accidentally escaped to an ancient ruin. That ancient ruin was very mysterious. While exploring that ancient ruin, Xian Yanqing had unintentionally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array and was directly teleported to the Demon Sea of the land of 10,000 devils. In the Demon Sea, she met those black-robed men. Xian Yanqing told him that the Demon Sea should have fallen from the Heaven Realm during the ancient war. Among them, some people did not die and had been passed down. They were those black-robed men. All these years, she had been cultivating in the Demon Sea. She wanted to leave, but those black-robed men did not let her. So, Patriarch Ice Dragon is still in that ancient ruin? Lu Ming said. It's possible. However, that ancient ruin is very mysterious. There might be other teleportation formations. Patriarch Ice Dragon might have been teleported to another place. Xian Yanqing said. How did those black-robed men steal the ancient demon coffin and place you inside? This was Lu Ming's biggest question. I don't know either. Those people are very mysterious. Xian Yanqing said, seemingly unwilling to talk about it. He changed the topic and asked Lu Ming, why are you here? How did you survive all these years? It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Lu Ming, so you've been through so much. Xian Yanqing gently leaned on Lu Ming. However, I've finally found you. No matter how much I've gone through, it's all worth it. Lu Ming put his arm around Xian Yanqing's shoulder. However, that girl of yours is dead set on you. At this time, Xian Yanqing suddenly looked at Lu Ming, blinking his big eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, Are you jealous? Xian Yanqing was very straightforward. He nodded directly, but then said, However, she is devoted to you and can even die for you. If you let her down, I won't let you off. Lu Ming was a little confused. What did Xian Yanqing mean? He was jealous, but he also told Lu Ming not to let down Autumn Moon. Lu Ming really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. A heartless person is not worth entrusting your life to. You won't understand even if I tell you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put your lass into the ancient demon coffin. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming quickly took out the great pill amplification furnace and put Autumn Moon into the ancient demon coffin. There was a mysterious energy in the ancient demon coffin that immediately covered Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's face seemed to be a little redder. Lu Ming was finally relieved. Then, Lu Ming put the ancient demon coffin into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing hadn't seen each other for many years and had a lot to talk about. The two of them started chatting again. As they were chatting, Xian Yanqing suddenly frowned, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He said softly, Of course, Lu Ming noticed all these. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Lu Ming quickly asked. No, nothing. Xian Yanqing smiled and shook his head. Lu Ming was suspicious. Xian Yanqing clearly showed a trace of pain just now. Is Xiaoqing injured? Lu Ming was puzzled. He held Xian Yanqing's little hand and carefully felt Xian Yanqing's body. He was not injured at all. Xiaoqing, do you know what's going on with this canyon? Do we really have to go all the way to the end before we can get out? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Xian Yanqing nodded and said, In the 9 heavens of the heaven realm, there is a heaven called the ancient demon heaven domain. Almost everyone there is a demon cultivator. When the ancient demon race invaded, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many demon cities and demon mountains fell from the heaven realm and formed the demon sea. And this mountain fell from the heaven realm. This mountain should belong to an extremely powerful force in the heaven realm. And this canyon is a test for the disciples of that force. Only the strongest below the martial emperor can pass through here. If you can't pass, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life or even die of old age. Such a strict test. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Once one entered this canyon, there was no other way out except to use extremely strong combat strength. This was forcing one to constantly improve and continuously squeeze out one's potential. The way demon cultivators did things was indeed unusual. It was very strange. How strong is the strongest below the martial emperor? Lu Ming muttered. I speculate that the strongest below the martial emperor is just a saying. Or rather, it's just a limit. There is always a higher mountain. Who knows what the strongest combat strength is? It's just a limit. Once you reach that limit, you can get out. Xian Yanqing explained. She had been in the demon sea for a few years and learned a lot from those black-robed men. It seems that I can only break out by continuously increasing my strength. Lu Ming said. With his current strength, it was obvious that he could not break out. Next, the two chatted for a long time. After a long time, Lu Ming went to the side, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming went to break through again. However, he was still not a match for the two middle-aged men and was forced back. After returning, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. A few days later, he went to break through again. This way, Lu Ming improved very quickly. However, there was something that worried Lu Ming. He had seen Xian Yanqing frowning a few times, and pain flashed in her eyes. However, when he asked Xian Yanqing said that she was fine. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the worry in Xian Yanqing's eyes. Little Qing, is there anything that the two of us can't talk about? If there is anything, you must tell me. Lu Ming walked to Xian Yanqing's side and gently hugged her. Xian Yanqing suddenly hugged Lu Ming's neck and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. Chapter 2073. Ah! Lu Ming was stunned. But, you don't want to? Xian Yanqing's voice rang in his ears again. Of course I do. Lu Ming's lips pressed on Xian Yanqing's lips again. At the same time, his hands wandered all over Xian Yanqing's body. Finally, he reached into his clothes and touched Xian Yanqing's smooth jade-like skin. Xian Yanqing's body trembled slightly as if he had been electrocuted. His mouth let out a soft gasp. Immediately, Xian Yanqing responded even more passionately. His small hands wandered all over Lu Ming's body. Slowly, Xian Yanqing's clothes were taken off, revealing a delicate body that was fairer than jade. It could be said to be the most outstanding work of art in the world. Lu Ming was completely lost in this perfect work of art. The two bodies were entangled together. Soon, panting sounds could be heard in the valley. At this moment, they were completely oblivious. They only had eyes for each other. This battle lasted for a full hour before it finally stopped. Even though the two of them had high cultivation, they were sweating profusely. Xian Yanqing lay in Lu Ming's arms and hugged Lu Ming tightly. He didn't say anything and didn't want to let go. After a long time, a wooden figure suddenly appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand. It was completely black and looked like a doll. Lu Ming, this is a death substitute magic puppet. If you encounter a fatal danger, you can die in its place once. Take it. Xian Yanqing handed the doll to Lu Ming. Death substitute magic puppet? Can it die in its place? Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Wasn't it equivalent to having an extra life? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a frenzy because it was too precious. This depends on the cultivation. It's useless to use this death substitute magic puppet if one is above the martial emperor realm. It's only useful if one is below the martial emperor realm. Xian Yanqing said. Little Qing, keep it for yourself. Lu Ming said. I still have some. You can keep them. Xian Yanqing stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. That's good. Since Xian Yanqing still had some, Lu Ming did not refuse and put away the death substitution golem. Then, Lu Ming's hands started to wander up and down Xian Yanqing's smooth body. Xian Yanqing's face flushed red, her big eyes became watery, and her rosy lips opened slightly. It was really tempting. Xiao Qing, you are so beautiful. Lu Ming said gently. Have you said that to anyone else? Of course not. Yes. Xiao Qing, let's continue. Haven't you been here before? How is having a child once enough? A gentle voice came out, and the canyon was full of spring. The two of them did not know how many rounds they had fought. In the end, even with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he felt so exhausted that he collapsed. He lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Xian Yanqing was the same. She lay beside Lu Ming and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his sleep, because he felt a cold, murderous intent enveloping him. This was an instinctive vigilance. He ran his saint force and retreated far away. He took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. Then he looked ahead. In front of him, Xian Yanqing was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. But at this moment, her eyes were extremely cold and filled with cold, murderous intent. She stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He was unfamiliar with Xian Yanqing's eyes. Xian Yanqing had never looked at him with such eyes. Xiao Qing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming could not help but ask as he stepped forward. Kill! A cold voice came out of Xian Yanqing's mouth. Her body emitted a dark demonic light and turned into a dark demonic sword. Her figure was like a flickering shadow as she rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The dark sword light slashed towards Lu Ming, aiming straight for Lu Ming's vital point. Xiao Qing, what are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he ran his Saint Force and controlled the law of chaos to form a defensive wall in front of him. But to Lu Ming's shock, Xian Yanqing's demonic sword slashed down and directly tore apart Lu Ming's defensive wall. The defensive wall formed by the law of chaos seemed very fragile under Xian Yanqing's sword light. This shocked Lu Ming. The sword light in Xian Yanqing's hand did not stop as it slashed towards Lu Ming's glabella. She was not joking. She really wanted to kill Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing, compared to yesterday's passionate appearance, was like heaven and earth. Yesterday, Xian Yanqing was as passionate as fire and tender as water. She wanted to give birth to Lu Ming's child. Today, she drew her sword and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Her murderous intent was as cold as a blade. Yanqing, stop. Tell me what you want. Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, the light of chaos burst out. With a wave of his hand, a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and blocked in front of him. This phantom of the prison-suppressing monument was covered in the law of chaos and the light of chaos. Its defensive power was astonishing. But when Xian Yanqing's sword light slashed down, the light of chaos shook violently and a hole was torn open. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. This power, Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. Xian Yanqing's power did not have the slightest power of the law. She only had extremely condensed demonic power. Her attack power was extremely strong. This power was very similar to the power cultivated by the ancient fiend's primordial demon Dao. Lu Ming had fought with the ancient fiend before, so he could clearly feel it. But Xian Yanqing's power was purer, more condensed, and more powerful than the ancient fiend's power. Lowly ant, how dare you insult me? That Xian Yanqing shouted. Her murderous intent was extremely dense. Demonic light filled the air and the sword light was resplendent. She continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "Who are you? You are not Xiao Qing." Xian Yanqing would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she call him a lowly ant. But the aura of the person in front of him was clearly Xian Yanqing. What was going on? Could it be that Xian Yanqing's body had been possessed? I am Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing is me. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Her sword light did not stop as she attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. He used the law of primal chaos, the law of array Dao, and even the law of death to fight with Xian Yanqing. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. No, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like she has been possessed. What's going on? If one's body was possessed, their soul would be destroyed and they would not have self-awareness. But Xian Yanqing had self-awareness, so it was impossible that she had been possessed. Could it be related to the primordial demon coffin? But I have never heard of such a situation when using the primordial demon coffin. Could it be related to the power in Xiao Qing's body? Lu Ming thought of the power in Xian Yanqing's body. In the past, he had always felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in Xian Yanqing's body. In the past, Lu Ming thought that it was because of Xian Yanqing's great potential. But now that he thought about it, the situation was not right. There was another person in the same situation, Xian Yanjuan. Lu Ming also felt a terrifying power dormant in Xian Yanjuan's body. In addition, Lu Ming also thought that the current Xian Yanjuan was very different from the Xian Yanjuan of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Chapter 2074. Lu Ming thought about it carefully and realized that Xian Yanjuan's personality had indeed changed a lot. Was all of this similar to Xian Yanqing's current situation? At the same time, he also thought that during this period, he often saw Xian Yanqing's painful expression. Was all of this related? Lu Ming's mind flashed through many thoughts. His hands didn't stop. He continuously pointed with 2 fingers and fought with Xian Yanqing. That was because Xian Yanqing was too powerful. that kind of devilish energy could break through all obstructions. Lu Ming's combination of several laws seemed to be unable to resist and was about to be torn apart. Shao Qing's cultivation seems to be at the peak of the absolute saint realm, the same as mine. But what kind of power is this? Is it also the power cultivated by the ancient demonic path? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he pointed with his finger. This finger contained the law of chaos, the law of array, and the law of death. The huge finger pointed at Xian Yanqing's sword light. Xian Yanqing's sword light slashed down, and even small cracks appeared in the space. It was too shocking. It slashed the huge finger and broke it open. Shao Qing, wake up! Lu Ming shouted. He didn't believe that Xian Yanqing would really kill him. Lowly ant, you've tainted my body. You deserve to die. Xian Yanqing spoke again. Her face was extremely cold. The demonic light on her body became stronger. There seemed to be endless power surging out of her body. Her sword light was cold and continued to attack Lu Ming. Her sword light was even stronger than before. The sword light exploded, illuminating the canyon. Although Lu Ming used all his strength, he was still no match. The combination of 3 laws couldn't block Xian Yanqing's sword light. He was torn apart by the sword light. Lu Ming's body was slashed by the sword light. A deep sword wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed and dyed his clothes red. The moment Lu Ming was injured, Xian Yanqing's eyes flickered. She paused for a moment and stopped. Kill him. He defiled me. He must be killed. Xian Yanqing shouted, as if she was talking to herself. Her gaze once again turned cold as she raised her sword and charged towards Lu Ming. The sword light was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. But this time, Lu Ming did not move, nor did he resist. He allowed the sword light to stab him. Seeing that the sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's heart, Xian Yanqing's eyes revealed a look of struggle. No! She shouted and moved her wrist. The sword light deviated slightly and pierced into Lu Ming's chest. However, it had already deviated from the position of his heart. Shao Qing, if you want to kill him, I'll let you kill him. If you're pregnant with our child, take good care of him in the future. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xian Yanqing gently. Kill him. No. Xian Yanqing shouted continuously. It was as if there were 2 of them talking, but it was clearly the voice of one person. The struggle in Xian Yanqing's eyes intensified. Even her beautiful face was somewhat distorted. Shao Qing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yanqing's situation was obviously not right. It was as if there were 2 people in her body. Lu Ming, take care. In the end, Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming tenderly and turned to leave. Like a rainbow, she rushed into the depths of the canyon. A few roars came from the canyon, but the next moment, the roars disappeared. Shao Qing! Lu Ming shouted. The sword light that pierced into Lu Ming's body was condensed by Xian Yanqing's demonic energy. At this moment, it had already dissipated. Lu Ming rushed into the depths of the canyon. However, when Lu Ming rushed out for a distance, 2 middle-aged men appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked and could not rush over. In the end, he was pushed back by the 2 middle-aged men. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, he was extremely anxious and had endless questions in his heart. However, he was blocked and could not rush over. He could not find Xian Yanqing and ask about it. It must be related to the energy in Shao Qing's body. What is it? Xian Yanjuan has it too. Also, those black-robed men deliberately stole the ancient demonic coffin and placed Shao Qing in it. Is it related to this? The next time I see Xian Yanjuan, I must get to the bottom of this. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was really afraid. He was afraid that Xian Yanqing was no longer the Xian Yanqing of the past and had become a different person. Xian Yanqing broke through several checkpoints in a row. The strength she displayed was incomparably shocking. After breaking through several checkpoints, she stopped. Why don't you let me kill him? He has tainted us. Xian Yanqing shouted, her killing intent cold. If you kill him, I'll kill myself. Then, Xian Yanqing muttered to herself. Why are you so stubborn? You are me and I am you. Let us merge completely and return to the supreme realm. Why are we trapped in this small world? No, you are you and I am me. I will never merge with you. Never. Xian Yanqing seemed to be talking to herself. Then, her figure moved and rushed out of the canyon. Soon, her figure completely disappeared. Lu Ming sat on a piece of black rock, quietly thinking. He thought a lot, but he still couldn't find an answer. As long as I am strong enough, I will definitely understand everything and let Xiao Qing return to her original state. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Slowly, his heart calmed down. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced too much. He was very clear that there was no use in being anxious. It was better to calm down and improve his strength. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sat there quietly. 3 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His gaze had become calm. Then, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and sat quietly under it to comprehend the law of death. Now, the tree of enlightenment was already 10 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Rays of mysterious brilliance circled between the branches, endlessly mysterious. In these years, Lu Ming had paid a great price to nurture the Enlightenment ancient tree. As expected, the Enlightenment ancient tree had improved greatly. Comprehending the law under the Enlightenment ancient tree was twice the result with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's law of death had improved rapidly. At the same time, his fusion with the other 2 laws had become more thorough. His strength was increasing every day. This time, he successfully got past the 2 middle-aged men and continued on his way. But this time, 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of him. The 3 of them joined forces and fought Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked again. He could only stop and continue to improve his strength. At this time, Lu Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the canyon. Inside the ancient demonic coffin, Autumn Moon's body emitted a powerful aura. After a few months, Autumn Moon finally showed some changes. In the past, the people of Vientiane Tower said that as long as one stayed in the ancient demonic coffin for a month, Autumn Moon would wake up. But in reality, 3 months had passed. Huff huff. At this time, Autumn Moon's body exploded with a powerful suction force. The energy of heaven and earth quickly rushed towards Autumn Moon. Breaking through. Chapter 2075. Endless origin chi gathered towards Autumn Moon and Autumn Moon's aura became stronger and stronger. Peak Absolute Saint, Complete Absolute Saint. In a short period of time, Autumn Moon's aura soared. Gradually, Autumn Moon's body floated out of the ancient demonic coffin and floated in midair. Buzz. Suddenly, a layer of light spread out from Autumn Moon's body. It was the light of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon had been in a coma and her soul was incomplete. He didn't expect her to be able to cultivate the light of laws. This was really unbelievable. But it didn't stop there. Autumn Moon's aura was still rising. Her body was filled with the aura of the laws of yin and yang. Suddenly, the laws of yin and yang gathered into a long river and flowed around Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's aura soared again. The laws of laws have formed a river, Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Autumn Moon had broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm after being in a coma for a while. Indeed, during this period of time, Lu Ming had condensed a large amount of sacred medicine into Autumn Moon's body. However, the laws couldn't be improved with sacred medicine. They needed to be comprehended. Autumn Moon was in a coma. How could she comprehend the laws? Lu Ming was very confused. After her aura reached the Boundary Emperor realm, it finally calmed down. At this moment, Autumn Moon also opened her eyes. 2 bright lights burst out from Autumn Moon's eyes. The next moment, they were retracted. Then Autumn Moon's aura was also retracted. Young Master. When Autumn Moon saw Lu Ming, she cheered and jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Autumn Moon, you're finally awake. Lu Ming touched Autumn Moon's head and smiled. His mood finally improved a little. Yes, young master, are you okay? Those people wanted to kill you. Autumn Moon looked around nervously. Her memory was still stuck in the Lotus world. It's fine. It's been a long time. Lu Ming smiled. How long has it been? Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes suspiciously. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. Of course, he skipped over some things, such as Xian Yanqing. So much time has passed? Have I been unconscious all this time? Strange, I've always felt like I was in a strange state, enveloped by the laws of yin and yang. I've always been in a daze, but suddenly, a warm energy enveloped me from behind. Autumn Moon started talking. Could it be the enlightenment of the soul? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When it came to epiphany, it was a rare state of cultivation. Lu Ming speculated that after Autumn Moon's soul was injured, she fell into a state of epiphany. This state was extremely rare. She would involuntarily comprehend the Tao and the laws. And her body was tempered by the alchemy fire in the great pill amplification furnace. In addition, she had refined countless sacred herbs. Therefore, when she woke up, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did she cultivate the light of the laws, but she also broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. Perhaps, the ancient demonic coffin also played a role. Fortune and misfortune really came hand in hand. It was hard to predict the future. Lu Ming was also happy for Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, your current cultivation has surpassed young masters. Lu Ming smiled. But Autumn Moon is definitely not young master's opponent. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and pulled Lu Ming, talking nonstop. In the following days, the two of them cultivated while breaking through the levels. This place was very mysterious. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon advanced together, 6 middle-aged men would appear in front of them, causing Lu Ming to retreat in shock. Although Autumn Moon had reached the quasi-emperor realm, her combat strength was not enough to deal with 1 middle-aged man, let alone 3. It was obviously impossible for the two of them to break through the levels together. Therefore, every time they broke through the levels, Autumn Moon would enter the mountain river diagram. This way, only 3 middle-aged men would appear. As time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of the death laws became higher and higher. Another month passed. Lu Ming had been in the canyon for 4 months. At this time, Lu Ming's mastery of the death laws had reached 50%. Combined with other laws, Lu Ming could already fight the 3 middle-aged men to a draw. He could even slightly suppress them. Fighting with these middle-aged men allowed Lu Ming to improve, and his speed was also very fast. Here, he could fight to his heart's content without any worries. Every time, Lu Ming would unleash his combat strength to the limit, constantly squeezing out his potential. At this time, Lu Ming would occasionally let Autumn Moon go forward to break through the levels. Lu Ming would do his best to deal with 5 middle-aged men, while Autumn Moon would deal with 1. This way, it was also very helpful for Autumn Moon's improvement. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. The two of them had gained a lot every day. On this day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and closed his eyes to cultivate. Suddenly, endless runes spread out around his body. Endless runes began to gather, forming a long river. The laws formed a river. This was the Array Dao Law. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Array Dao Law was the first to break through, stepping into the perfect state, and the laws condensed into a river. At this moment, the power of the Array Dao Law passed through Lu Ming's body and began to refine Lu Ming's physical body. Once the laws formed a river, the corresponding power of the laws would pass through the physical body again, using the power of the laws to refine the physical body, making the physical body stronger. At the same time, the sacred power would also become more condensed and more vigorous. This was also the reason why quasi-emperors were so much stronger than perfected absolute saints. Lu Ming's body shook like beans being fried. It was his muscles shaking and his bones colliding. Autumn Moon sat cross-legged not far away, waiting quietly. A day later, Lu Ming finished cultivating, and the river of laws disappeared without a trace. I can be considered a quasi-emperor now, right? Lu Ming smiled. He couldn't figure out his specific realm now. According to the Chaos Law, he was still a perfected absolute saint, but according to the Array Dao Law, he was already a quasi-emperor. But no matter what, his combat strength had indeed skyrocketed. When the Array Dao Law formed a river, its power increased greatly. At the same time, when the laws formed a river, It refined his physical body and sacred power, both of them increasing by a level. I really wonder how much my physical body and sacred power will improve when the chaos law and death law form a river later on. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Every precept that formed a river would bring great improvement to one's physical body and saint power. If all his nomological laws were to form a river, to what extent would his battle prowess rise? Lu Ming was sure that no one at the same level as him would be a match for him. Even the Elysian child could be defeated with a flip of his hand. What if I comprehend a few more laws? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he comprehended a few more laws and formed a river, it would be even more terrifying. Chapter 2076. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to start with the devouring law. The devouring law was also a powerful sovereign law. Moreover, the 9 dragons had the power of devouring and Lu Ming was most familiar with it. Comprehending the devouring law would definitely be faster than comprehending other laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had an ambition. Since he wanted to comprehend laws, he had to comprehend laws above the sovereign law. It would be a waste of time to comprehend ordinary laws. After all, ordinary laws and the chaotic law could be changed directly. Lu Ming controlled his body and a dragon's roar came from his body. At the same time, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and comprehended the devouring law from the devouring power. Sure enough, after a few days, Lu Ming found the right path and had some enlightenment. After a few more days, Lu Ming succeeded in comprehending a trace of the devouring law. His sacred heart could indeed accommodate many laws and was not affected at all. Lu Ming was extremely excited. All of this could only be done by those above the martial emperor realm. However, he had done it now. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm in the future, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. There would be no shackles and his improvement would be amazing. It was worth it to spend the time to comprehend now. Young master, you're amazing. You've already mastered 4 laws. Autumn Moon walked over. Even though she had always admired Lu Ming, she could not help but be amazed. It was unheard of for someone below the martial emperor realm to master 4 laws at the same time. Moreover, 2 of them were the strongest laws. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon nodded and the 2 of them walked forward. 6 middle-aged men appeared at the same time and attacked Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Kill! Lu Ming roared and merged the chaotic law, death law, and array law. Lu Ming used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed 5 fingers consecutively. As for Qiuyu, she charged towards the 6th middle-aged man. Bush. The dazzling blade light slashed towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon successfully blocked one of them. 5 blade lights landed on the primal chaos finger of calamity. Boom, boom. 5 explosions rang out as the saber lights shattered. The 5 middle-aged men could not help but move back. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed his full strength, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks at the 5 middle-aged men. The breakthrough of Formation Dao laws made Lu Ming's combat strength increase by a level, completely suppressing the 5 middle-aged burly men in a disadvantageous position. After a dozen or so moves, a finger energy pierced through a middle-aged man's forehead and killed him, turning him into energy and dissipating. After killing 1 person, the remaining 4 were even less of a match for Lu Ming. After a few moves, Lu Ming killed another person. Bang! Bang! Next, the remaining middle-aged men were beaten up one by Lu Ming, including the middle-aged man who fought with Autumn Moon. After passing through this level, the 2 continued forward and passed through this area. It was empty in front of them, with no one to be seen. Lu Ming sighed softly, knowing that Xian Yanqing had probably passed through the level and left this place. Autumn Moon, wait here. I'll go and test it out. Lu Ming said. Young master, be careful. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. After walking for a while, another figure appeared. This time, only 1 figure appeared. It was not a middle-aged man, but a young man. This person looked to be in his 20s. He was as tall as a spear and carried a pitch-black demonic sword on his back. Only the strongest can pass. Show me your strength. The young man said coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Lu Ming also stepped forward and used the primal chaos finger of calamity to fight against his opponent. This young man's combat strength was extremely shocking. He should be at the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he was probably stronger than the Elysian child after reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was still not as strong as the 5 middle-aged men from before. He was between 3 middle-aged men and 5 middle-aged men. He was still not a match for Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 20 moves, the young man was defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon continued forward and passed through this area. However, the canyon seemed to be very long. Looking forward, it was incomparably deep. After passing through this area, Lu Ming continued forward alone. This time, 2 young men appeared at once. The 2 young men joined forces and their combat strength increased greatly. Lu Ming fought with them. Although he did his best, it was a draw in the end. It seems that it's really difficult to break through. Lu Ming was a little speechless. At the same time, he was amazed. The difficulty of the demonic forces in the heaven domain was simply abnormal. Even the Elysian children would not be able to break through this level of difficulty. Lu Ming's current combat strength definitely surpassed that of a quasi-emperor Elysian child. However, he still could not break through. My attack method is still single. My strongest attack method is the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. However, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger is suitable for long-range attacks. It's still lacking in close combat. I need to comprehend 1 or 2 more magic skills. Lu Ming pondered. Naturally, the Primal Chaos scripture recorded more than just the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. There were others. However, in the past, cultivating the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was enough. Magic skills and laws mutually reinforced each other. Comprehending a magic skill and continuously cultivating it could improve one's comprehension of laws and increase one's mastery. Hence, comprehending a few more magic skills might not be beneficial. Instead, it would be a distraction. However, it was different now. Lu Ming had comprehended the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger to the limit. If he cultivated other magic skills, there would be no obstacles. He could cultivate them to the peak in a short time. In the Primal Chaos scripture, Lu Ming chose a magic skill called the Primal Chaos Divine Palm to cultivate. After successfully cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, one's palm would be like Primal Chaos. Every palm strike would be like a Primal Chaos Divine Mountain pressing down. Its power was unparalleled. It could penetrate the earth and blow up mountains. Now, Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was almost at 99%. The speed of cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm was like a rocket. In just a few days, he had already cultivated it to the limit. Its power was not inferior to the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In particular, the fusion of several laws made its power even more shocking. With 1 more attack method, Lu Ming temporarily put aside his magic skills and focused on comprehending a few laws. Autumn Moon was also working hard on her cultivation. After becoming a quasi-emperor, one would need to continuously accumulate and then completely integrate the laws into the Saint Heart. With the laws as the foundation and the Saint Heart as the material, one would evolve the world. This step was very difficult. Many people were trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for their entire lives, unable to break through. It was not something that could be done in a day. Time flew by quickly. Apart from cultivating, Lu Ming was also breaking through. Both of them had gained a lot. Just like that, Lu Ming had been in this canyon for more than 2 years. Lu Ming had been in the land of 10,000 demons for more than 2.5 years. There was less than half a year until the Battle of the 10 Earths. At this time, Lu Ming finally arrived at the last stage of the canyon. Chapter 2077. There was only one figure guarding the last stage of the canyon. It was also a young man, but his combat strength was unbelievably powerful. Boom, boom. In the canyon, 2 figures were fighting fiercely, constantly bombarding each other. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of chaos, and his palms turned gray, as if they were made of chaos stones, indestructible. This was the chaotic divine palm, and every palm strike was earth-shattering. Moreover, his palms were fused with other precepts, and its power was extremely powerful. However, the young man was able to fight Lu Ming, and he also used a terrifying palm technique, constantly colliding with Lu Ming. Boom, boom. The palm wind surged, scraping off a layer of the rocks on the ground. One should know that the rocks here were very hard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Is this the place where the heavenly realm's major forces tested their disciples in ancient times? This difficulty is too great. Lu Ming was also shocked. After more than 2 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's law of chaos had already reached 99%. However, it was very difficult to cross this step and cultivate it to perfection. He had to accumulate experience and accumulate the laws. Although the chaotic law was not perfect yet, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. In addition, the death law was already at 80%, but the devouring law had caught up and reached 90%. Lu Ming did not have a corresponding divine art for the death law and the devouring law, so they could not complement each other, and his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. However, because Lu Ming's current cultivation level was high, and he was constantly fighting, and after the battles, he was comprehending under the tree of enlightenment, so his speed of improvement was extremely fast. The chaotic law was at 99%, the perfect array law, the death law was at 80%, and the devouring law was at 90%. Two supreme precepts, two sovereign precepts, merged together. In addition to Lu Ming's powerful spiritual body and rich saint power, the power was too strong, and Lu Ming found it difficult to measure his current combat strength. However, with such combat strength, it was still not easy to pass this stage. It was obvious that the difficulty of this canyon's test was astonishing. Could it be that in the ancient era, there were so many terrifying geniuses in the heaven realm? Then, Lu Ming thought of Xian Yanqing. At this point, there was no trace of Xian Yanqing. Obviously, Xian Yanqing had successfully passed the trial. Xian Yanqing's battle prowess was shocking. Why did she suddenly have such battle prowess? Lu Ming had a lot of doubts in his heart. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand and began to suppress his opponent. With 4 types of laws fused together, a casual palm strike could pierce through the void and tear space apart. Gotcha! Lu Ming's palm made a cracking sound as it was broken by Lu Ming's palm strike. Devour, seal, death. Lu Ming instantly circulated 4 types of laws. Endless runes enveloped his opponent, trying to seal him. At the same time, he continuously bombarded his opponent with destructive power. Then he used the Devour Law to devour his opponent. At the same time, the Death Law enveloped his opponent, forming a death cage to pull him into the abyss of death. Finally, he used the Primal Chaos Law as the main attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck his opponent's body. The opponent's body was penetrated by a terrifying force and finally shattered into pieces. Success! Lu Ming finally reached the end and passed the last trial. According to Xian Yanqing, only the strongest below the martial emperor realm could pass. However, to Lu Ming, he was far from reaching his peak. His other laws had not formed a river yet. Young master, you're really amazing. Chiu Moon walked over, her eyes shining. Chiu Moon had already cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm and cultivated the light of laws. However, she felt that her battle prowess was too far from Lu Ming's. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled. He walked over to hold Chiu Yu's hand and stepped into the door of light in front of them. In the next moment, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. It seems like we're out of the Demon Sea. Lu Ming looked into the distance. There were mountains everywhere, full of vitality, unlike the Demon Sea, which was dead silent. I wonder where this place is in the land of infinite demons. Let's go and ask around. Lu Ming said. Then, he turned into 2 rays of light and left with Chiu Moon. After flying for a while, they saw a city. The 2 of them went in to ask around. So this place is in the ancient devil nation, and it's not far from the capital. Lu Ming muttered. He planned to go to the capital of the ancient devil nation to return the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient great emperor. Although the ancient demonic coffin was precious, it was still the national treasure of the ancient devil nation. The ancient great emperor valued it greatly. If he did not return it, It would be equivalent to offending the ancient great emperor and the countless experts of the ancient devil nation. It was obviously unwise to offend the ancient devil nation for the ancient demonic coffin. Anyway, Chiu Moon had awakened, and he did not need the ancient demonic coffin for the time being. Besides, he was going to take the teleportation portal of the ancient devil nation to return to the primordial mountain. After flying for a day, they finally arrived at the capital of the ancient devil nation. When Lu Ming defeated the ancient devil, he was very famous. Naturally, someone went in to report his arrival to the ancient great emperor. Soon, Lu Ming saw the ancient great emperor. "Lu Ming, you're fine." When the ancient heavenly emperor saw Lu Ming, he was shocked as well. In the past few years, he had sent a large number of experts and emperors into the Devil's Sea to attack the black-robed people. He even sent boundary emperors into the canyon. However, those boundary emperors were like stones thrown into the sea. They never came out after entering the canyon. This was normal. An ordinary quasi-emperor would most likely be killed by the powerful figures guarding the first stage after entering the canyon. At that time, Lu Ming would have already passed several stages and no one would be able to see him. Therefore, the ancient great emperor was surprised to see Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming had met with misfortune. "I was lucky to escape. Great Emperor, I'm here to return the ancient demonic coffin to you," Lu Ming said. Then he waved his hand and the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the hall. "Haha, it's really the ancient demonic coffin." The ancient great emperor was overjoyed. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price, but he still couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin back. Now that Lu Ming had it back, he was naturally happy. The ancient great emperor kept the ancient demonic coffin and smiled. Then he looked at Autumn Moon and said, "Lu Ming, this little girl is the person you want to save, right?" Lu Ming said, "Not bad. You're loyal." The ancient great emperor smiled. "Lu Ming, I won't forget that you helped me get the ancient demonic coffin back. If you need help in the future, I'll help you with all my strength." "Thank you, great emperor." Lu Ming was happy. Returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient great emperor was a wise choice. Chapter 2078. After returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient great emperor, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon took the teleportation array and returned to Yuan Mountain. Of course, it was impossible to teleport directly to Yuan Mountain. They were teleported to a place close to Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon flew towards Yuan Mountain. Half a month later, they finally returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground. The Great Pill Derivation Hall was empty. Uncle Kong was not there. Lu Ming went to the Phoenix Palace to inquire about the news. He found out that the palace master of the Phoenix Palace had brought some people to the Divine Fate Land. He also found out that Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li and the others had ended their seclusion and were heading to the Divine Fate Land. However, the other party told him that the Elysian children were still in seclusion. However, the great emperors would send them to the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming guessed that the Elysian children should be Bubbles, Ouyang Moli, Xiang Xiang and the others. "It seems that I have to go to the Divine Fate Land too," Lu Ming thought. Some people had already gone to the Divine Fate Land. The great emperors would send the rest over. He did not need to worry about them. After resting in the ancient moon's sacred ground for 2 days, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon set off for the Divine Fate Land. It was impossible to go to the Divine Fate Land with just the teleportation array. It was too far and there were special reasons. The two of them went through several teleportation arrays and arrived at the edge of Yuan Mountain. The Divine Fate Land was in the middle of the Yuan continent. It was very special, because it was surrounded by the sea ring. It was as if a continent had been smashed by an incomparably huge ring. That ring had become a ring ocean, and the inner part of the ring was the Divine Fate Land. Among the 10 lands of the Yuan continent, other than the Barren Land, the other 8 lands were at the periphery of the sea ring. They surrounded the Divine Fate Land with the sea ring. The Divine Fate Land was undoubtedly the largest, most vast, and most powerful among the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. It was said that the Divine Fate Land was the total area of the other 8 lands except for the Barren Land. One could imagine how big the Divine Fate Land was. The Divine Fate Land was a place full of outstanding people. There were all kinds of races, sects, and clans. In the distant past, the Desolate race was also a powerful ancient race in the divine Fate land. With such prosperity, there were naturally countless geniuses. Especially now that the Golden Age had arrived, no one knew how many geniuses were born in the divine Fate land. Most likely, there were quite a few top Elysian children. The Battle of the Ten Lands would be held in Destiny City in the divine Fate land. If one wanted to reach the divine Fate land from other places, they would have to pass through the Ringed Sea. However, the Ringed Sea was too wide, and the environment there was extremely harsh. Terrifying gales, torrential rain, and lightning were common occurrences in the Ringed Sea. There were even some regions where the space was extremely unstable. Terrifying spatial cracks and void storms would appear. It was too difficult and dangerous to fly through the Ringed Sea. Therefore, some of the powerful factions in the divine Fate land had developed a kind of battleship that could cross the sea. Furthermore, these battleships knew some special routes that could allow them to avoid danger. If an ordinary person wanted to cross the Ringed Sea to reach the divine Fate land, they would have to ride such a battleship. Of course, they would have to pay a huge sum of origin stones. This was also the way the factions in the divine Fate land earned origin stones. Especially during this period, countless people from other regions gathered around the Ringed Sea to head to the divine Fate land. Every time the battleships crossed the sea, they would be full. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon came to a large city near the Ringed Sea. After asking around, they went to the Ringed Sea. Rumble! Huge waves surged into the sky, deafening everyone. Looking from afar, one could see waves hundreds of meters high crashing against the shoreline of the Ringed Sea. In the sea, there were a few giant ships docked. Those were battleships. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters tall. They were extremely majestic. Dense crowds of people boarded the battleships. The Battle of the Ten Lands had never happened in history. This was the first time. Furthermore, it was the Golden Age now. Unparalleled geniuses were appearing one after another, and peak battles were about to take place in the divine Fate land. This attracted too many people. Just the primordial mountain alone had attracted countless people to the divine Fate land. Every day, a large number of people boarded the battleships and headed to the divine Fate land. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon casually chose a battleship, paid a large sum of origin stones, and boarded the battleship. The battleship was very big. It had many floors and many rooms. Anyone who boarded the battleship would have a room assigned to them. The two of them entered the room to cultivate and wait. A few days later, the battleship rumbled and started to move. It officially set off for the divine Fate land. After the battleship started to move, countless people poured out of their rooms and came to the deck. The scenery of the Ringed Sea was magnificent. Many people came here for the first time and naturally did not want to miss it. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also came to the deck and looked around. Rumble! The huge battleship rode the wind and broke the waves, heading towards the divine Fate land. Its speed was astonishing. Soon, it left the Yuan Mountain and entered the vast Ringed Sea. In the distance, there was a violent storm. Lightning tore through the void as if it was going to split the sky. However, a layer of light barrier rose from the battleship, blocking the rain and wind outside. But not long after, they saw a huge monster appear on the sea. It was an incomparably huge sea beast. Although the environment of the Ringed Sea was harsh, there were still some sea beasts that lived there. Their strength was also very shocking. Autumn Moon was very curious. She pulled Lu Ming and looked around, chattering nonstop. This trip to the divine Fate land would take about half a month. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were not in a hurry to cultivate. It was a good time to relax. In the Demon Sea, in order to pass through the canyon, Lu Ming had been cultivating every day. He had been very tense. Now was a good time to relax. He stood on the deck and looked at the endless sea. He only felt that his mind was open. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. More sea beasts have appeared, and there are many of them. Strange, we have been encountering sea beasts recently. I heard from other experienced people that although there are sea beasts in the Ringed Sea, because the environment of the Ringed Sea is too harsh, there are not many sea beasts. Usually, we will only encounter them occasionally when we go out to sea. In the past few days, we have encountered a lot of sea beasts, and many of them are in groups. It is indeed strange. Some people discussed and felt that it was a little strange, but they did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Look, what is that? Not good, those are sea beasts. There are so many sea beasts. Someone exclaimed because a dense number of sea beasts had appeared in front of the battleship. This forced the battleship to stop. Then, more sea beasts appeared on the sea around the battleship. The sea beasts surrounded the battleship. Dong. Chapter 2079. The drums were deafening. Countless people rushed out of their rooms and onto the deck. Their faces paled when they saw the sea beasts around them. What's going on? There aren't many sea beasts in the Ring Sea. They rarely gather and attack the battleship. What's going on? Why are there so many sea beasts here? Some experienced people cried out in alarm, their faces incomparably solemn. Some merchants traveled between the two places frequently and had never encountered such a situation. Everyone, the situation isn't looking good. Prepare to fight. A middle-aged man with a violent aura said. He was a true emperor. This person was the captain of the warship, an expert from the divine fate land. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic pillar shot out of the sea. It was 10,000 feet long and looked like a giant rod, slamming into the warship. Boom. This giant stick struck the light shield of the battleship, causing the battleship to shake violently. At this time, people realized that it wasn't a rod at all. It looked more like the tentacles of an octopus. Rumble. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea churned and a gigantic creature emerged from the sea. It was a gigantic octopus, bigger than a towering mountain, much bigger than a battleship. Boom. Boom. The octopus waved its 8 tentacles like whips and lashed at the warship. The warship shook violently, as if it was about to flip over at any moment. What's going on? Countless people paled. This octopus was definitely a terrifying existence. It should be a true emperor since its aura was too strong. Also, there were many powerful sea beasts in all directions. If the cross-sea warship was destroyed, they would be in danger facing so many sea beasts and the harsh environment of the sea. Many people paled. In the past, he had heard that it was very safe to ride a cross-sea warship, and there were very few accidents. Why did something happen when they were on it? Evil creature, you're courting death. The captain of the battleship, the burly middle-aged man, let out a roar as he charged out of the shield. A battle saber appeared in his hand, which he slashed out with. A saber light tens of thousands of feet long slashed through the air towards the octopus. Puff. One of the octopus tentacles was severed by the saber light. Blood dyed the sea red. Gah! The octopus let out a strange roar as if it was enraged. The remaining tentacles attacked the man. The man kept on slashing out saber lights to fight the octopus. Both of them were incomparably powerful existences with monstrous strength. When they clashed, it was difficult to determine the victor. At this time, a loud roar came from the sea. The sea churned and another gigantic creature appeared. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A huge monster appeared in the sea. It was actually a true dragon. This was a blue dragon. Its entire body was blue, sparkling and translucent. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. 2 huge eyes stared coldly at the cross-sea battleship. The terrifying aura made everyone shudder. It was also a powerful true emperor. Seniors, why are you attacking us? Can you please let us go? A true dragon. After that, the young man's body began to change. He was actually also a true dragon. In the land of Yuan Mountain, there were countless beautiful mountain peaks. Naturally, there were some true dragons residing there. However, the incomparably huge true dragon in the sea clearly did not buy it. With a loud roar, it attacked the battleship. Boom! The blue true dragon stepped forward. The sea roared and turned into pillars of water that bombarded the warship. The warship shook and the light shield trembled. It wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. But to everyone's despair, another gigantic creature appeared from another direction. It was a shark that wasn't any weaker than the true dragon. It also attacked the warship. Everyone, let's run for our lives. The warship belonged to a powerful force in the divine fate land. Naturally, there were many people on the warship. An old man spoke. He was also a powerful existence. Boom, boom. The warship continued to shake. In the end, the defensive shield was broken. The true dragon roared and stepped on the sea. It grabbed the warship with its mountain-like claws and tore a piece of the warship's hull. The old man charged at the true dragon. However, the shark crashed into the battleship, almost causing the battleship to disintegrate. At the same time, countless sea beasts roared and charged over from all directions. Run! Run, run, run! On the sea-crossing warship, countless people rushed in all directions. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu also dashed down from the cross-sea battleship and rushed toward the depths of the Ring Sea. The sea beasts let out all kinds of strange cries. He noticed that the powerful sea beasts were targeting the people on the warship. Many martial emperors and above were fighting. The sea beasts below the martial emperor realm attacked those below the martial emperor realm or divine beasts. A chaotic battle broke out on the surface of the sea. It was extremely tragic. There were people screaming and falling into the sea, dying there forever. Of course, there were also sea beasts that were killed and blood stained the sea. Autumn Moon, enter the mountain river diagram first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded. She knew that her strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming could move more easily alone. After putting Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the sea. A huge silver swordfish like a divine sword killed a human absolute saint and charged towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and killed the swordfish. Its body was torn into pieces. However, more sea beasts pounced on Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming struck out continuously and killed 7 or 8 sea beasts. There are too many sea beasts. If this continues, it will be difficult to break through. Lu Ming frowned. If he was targeted by a powerful Void Emperor or even a true Emperor, he would be in danger. After all, during the battle in the demonic sea, Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body to fight against 2 great emperors. There was not much energy left in the Heavenly Emperor's body. It was less than 10% and could no longer be controlled. Without the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could only rely on himself. Into the sea. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He dived into the sea and swam towards the depths of the sea. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Those sea beasts were on the surface of the sea or in the air. They would be much weaker in the sea. Sure enough, after Lu Ming entered the sea, he found that there were fewer sea beasts in the sea. Most of them were looking at the surface of the sea. Lu Ming swam forward quickly. Chapter 2080. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times. Finger forces shot out and killed several sea beasts. However, Lu Ming's combat prowess finally attracted the attention of a strong sea beast. This was a seal the size of a mountain. It charged at Lu Ming. It is equivalent to a 2-star foe emperor. Sensing the other party's aura, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he did not fear it at all. He charged at this seal and executed the primal chaos divine palm. His palm turned gray, containing the power of 4 laws. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck one of the seal's claws. The seal's body shook violently. Lu Ming shattered its claws, causing blood to flow out continuously. Its huge body continuously moved back. This seal revealed an extremely shocked expression. This seal was a 2-star foe emperor. Especially in the sea, it possessed boundless strength and stronger combat prowess. However, it was not a match for Lu Ming and was injured by Lu Ming's palm strike. Furthermore, Lu Ming's aura had not reached Martial Emperor yet. To think that he possessed such strong combat prowess shocked the seal. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He charged past the seal and swam to the front. That seal did not dare to give chase. After that, Lu Ming killed a few more sea beasts and gradually left the battlefield. Just at this moment, Lu Ming discovered a youth following not far behind him. Splash! The seawater churned. Several sea beasts, all quasi-emperors, chased after this youth relentlessly. The youth waved his hands. With a wave of his hand, several figures appeared beside him. Puppets! Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that the few figures beside the young man were puppets. These were humanoid puppets. They looked like real people and carried a battle sword on their backs. However, these puppets did not have any signs of life. Hence, Lu Ming could tell that they were puppets with one glance. The puppets charged out and fought with those sea beasts. The puppet body did not fear death or pain. Its combat prowess was astonishing. It actually managed to suppress the sea beasts. In just a few moves, it killed a few quasi-emperor sea beasts. What a wonderful puppet technique! Lu Ming was a little surprised. That was because those puppets actually knew divine abilities and could control the power of laws. That was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming knew a little about the art of puppetry. When his cultivation was still weak, he had studied the art of puppetry in the divine wilderness continent. At that time, his attainments in the art of puppetry were not low. However, this young man's puppetry technique was many times better than his. In the land of Yuan Mountain, I have never heard of a faction that is very proficient in puppet techniques. Could it be that this person is not from Yuan Mountain? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind before he continued forward. However, Lu Ming discovered that the young man was still following behind him. This made Lu Ming frown slightly. What made Lu Ming frown even more was that, not long after, a few more sea beasts chased after them. To be precise, they were not chasing after Lu Ming, but the young man. The young man controlled the puppet and killed a few sea beasts before following Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and stopped. When the young man came closer, he said coldly, "Brother, why are you following me?" "Brother, can you do me a favor? Let's leave this sea region together." The young man cupped his fists and said. The young man was wearing a yellow robe and was quite handsome. He did not give off an overbearing feeling and was very polite. "Why should I help you?" Lu Ming said with a sullen face. He did not know the other party, so why should he help him? "Brother, to be honest, I am a disciple of the Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate. The Divine Golem sect is known for their puppets. If you help me, I can give you a rare flying puppet. Its speed is astonishing and can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle." After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a puppet that looked like an eagle appeared. It can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Such a puppet was extremely rare and valuable. It was perfect to use as a means of transportation. As a matter of fact, Lu Ming was quite interested. The Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate? Famous for their puppets. To be honest, I'm quite interested in your puppetry techniques. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said smilingly. He was indeed interested in their puppetry techniques. The puppets they refined were able to execute the rules of cultivation. If he were able to master them, it would be a great help to him. "Brother, are you interested in learning the art of puppetry?" "Sure. Once we arrive at the land of Divine Fate, you can follow me to the Divine Golem sect to learn. I can teach you some of my techniques too," the young man said. "The Divine Golem sect is willing to teach you the art of puppetry?" Lu Ming was doubtful. "Brother, you might not know this, but the Divine Golem sect is not a traditional sect. It is formed by many experts who are proficient in the art of puppetry. Their goal is to attract more experts to join them. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect encourages everyone to exchange their knowledge of the art of puppetry. It is not forbidden to teach them to others," the young man in a yellow robe explained. Saying this, the young man tossed a jade talisman toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He discovered that it was indeed filled with secret techniques related to puppetry. "Why didn't you find someone else to teach you?" Lu Ming asked casually. "That's because your battle strength is strong. You're not a martial emperor, yet you managed to injure a 2-star illusionary emperor seal with one move. Such battle strength is truly unimaginable. I never thought that there would be a genius like you in Yuan Mountain." Saying this, the young man's eyes were filled with astonishment. Previously, his jaw almost dropped when he saw Lu Ming's strength. I'll be taking this puppet too. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the eagle puppet away. The young man was overjoyed. Lu Ming had agreed to help him by accepting the puppet. Following this, the two continued forward. Later, Lu Ming found out that the young man was called Chao Kai. It was obvious that Chao Kai was also a genius with an emperor body. The law he controlled was the law of tools. The law of tools was also a kind of law of emperors. It was as famous as the law of formations. The law of tools controlled all weapons in the world. It was much more advanced than the law of weapons of the Wan clan. The law of weapons could only control metallized weapons. As for the law of tools, as long as it was a weapon, it could be controlled. It was extremely mysterious. However, not long after, a few sea beasts chased after them, which were easily dealt with by the two of them. However, after a while, they encountered more sea beasts, which made Lu Ming frown. They had already left the battlefield. Normally, there shouldn't be so many sea beasts chasing after them. However, there were still sea beasts chasing after them, as if they had locked onto them. A giant sea lion roared and broke through the water with a shocking aura. A one-starred illusionary monarch sea beast. Chao Kai's face was a little pale. Lu Ming rushed forward and fought with the sea lion. In a few moves, the one-starred illusionary monarch sea lion was directly shattered by Lu Ming's palm and died a violent death. Brother Lu's combat strength is truly shocking. Chapter 2081. Chao Kai was born in the divine Fate Land and had seen the Elysian Child before. The Elysian Child's combat strength was indeed astonishing. A Elysian Child who had reached the Boundary Emperor realm could fight against a one-star Void Emperor and even suppress him. The stronger Elysian Child could even defeat a one-star Void Emperor after reaching the Boundary Emperor realm. However, it would be difficult to kill one. He had never heard of someone like Lu Ming who could kill a one-star Void Emperor in a few moves. The Battle of 10 Earths this time will probably be extremely intense. I wonder what kind of freaks will appear? Chao Kai could not help but think. Brother Chao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Chao Kai. He felt that something was wrong. Those sea beasts seemed to have locked onto them and were constantly chasing after them. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Chao Kai's expression changed slightly. These sea beasts are obviously coming for us. I don't have anything to be targeted by these sea beasts. Then, it can only be you. Moreover, I'm really curious. Why did you, a prodigy from the divine Fate Land, come to the Yuan Mountain? Now, people from all places are gathering towards the divine Fate Land. Lu Ming said. Chao Kai smiled bitterly and said, I knew it. I can't hide it from Brother Lu. To be honest, a few months ago, I set off from the divine Fate Land and entered the Ring Sea to steal a kind of treasure in the Ring Sea. This treasure is very useful for refining puppets. However, I was chased by the sea beasts at that time and the people accompanying me were all killed. I was lucky and escaped to the Yuan Mountain. This time, I was preparing to return, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the sea beasts. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and said, It seems that the sea beasts attacking the ship this time is also because of you. Lu Ming suddenly realized. He finally understood why so many sea beasts attacked the ship inexplicably. It was all because Chao Kai had stolen a kind of peerless treasure from the sea. I didn't expect it to be like this. I have already laid down layers of seals on that treasure. I originally thought that the sea beasts couldn't sense it. Now, it seems that the sea beasts still have some sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the ship. There won't be sea beasts chasing after me. Chao Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like the sea beasts only sensed a little. Otherwise, it would be a true emperor chasing you instead of a bunch of shrimps. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, do you have a solution? Chao said. Yes, you can give the treasure to me for safekeeping. I can completely isolate the aura of the treasure. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Chao Kai. Alright. To Lu Ming's surprise, Chao Kai nodded, took out a storage ring, and handed it to Lu Ming. One had to know that something that could attract so many powerful sea beasts was definitely a peerless treasure. Chao Kai actually gave it to Lu Ming directly, which was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Brother Lu, the treasure is in my storage ring. I've stacked a few storage rings and placed them in my paradise treasure. I didn't expect that I still couldn't completely isolate it. Chao Kai sighed. With his status, he naturally didn't lack paradise treasures. Brother Chao, don't worry. I'll return it to you. Lu Ming waved his hands and put away the storage ring that Chao Kai had given him into the mountain river map. Lu Ming naturally didn't rely on the mountain and river diagram to isolate the treasure's aura. Chao Kai also had paradise treasures, but even he couldn't isolate it, so the mountain and river diagram was naturally useless. Lu Ming relied on the divine breath technique. The mountain and river diagram was in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to completely restrain and isolate the aura in his body. At the same time, he also isolated the aura in his sea of consciousness. After that, the two continued forward. As expected, they didn't attract any more sea beasts. The two continued forward and flew out of the sea after a day. Brother Lu, we won't be able to reach the divine fate land if we continue like this. The sea is always changing and it's easy to get lost. There are also many dangerous places. We need to stop a warship to reach the divine fate land. Chao Kai said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Chao Kai was a sky pride of the divine fate land and he knew more about the sea. After that, Chao Kai took out a puppet and floated it in the air. The two sat on the puppet and waited quietly. Now, they could only try their luck and see if there were any warships passing by. Fortunately, there were many warships passing by during this period. They might be able to find one. Lu Ming sat on the puppet and studied the art of puppetry. The art of puppetry recorded in the jade talisman that Chao Kai gave him was extremely mysterious. However, Lu Ming already had the foundation of the art of puppetry. More importantly, Lu Ming had mastered the law of array Dao. Although the law of array Dao wasn't as compatible with the art of puppetry as the law of blacksmiths, the refining of puppets couldn't be done without inscriptions and runes. Therefore, by mastering the law of array Dao, it would be easier to comprehend the art of puppetry. Just like that, they waited here for half a month. Rumble. In front of them, a huge monster drove over. It was the warship. Moreover, the direction it was traveling was from the primordial mountain land to the divine fate land. The two of them released their auras and made a commotion, attracting the attention of the people on the warship. As the warship approached, an expert stared at them and said, "What's going on with you? Why are you in the sea ring?" "Sir, our warship was attacked by sea beasts more than half a month ago and was destroyed. We escaped." Chao Kai replied. "So, you are the survivors of that warship. Come on up." The expert's expression changed, then he let the two of them on the ship. The last time the warship was besieged by sea beasts, many people survived. This matter had already spread. The warships passing by naturally heard about it. Since they had encountered survivors, they naturally didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, they had to pay for the origin stones. Lu Ming and Chao Kai boarded the warship. The warship restarted and headed towards the divine fate land. This time, there was no danger. 7 days later, they finally crossed the sea ring and arrived at the divine fate land. What dense origin chi? The divine fate land's origin chi is denser than the primordial mountain land. After getting off the warship and arriving at the coast, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Brother Lu, the divine golem sect is a faction near the coast. We can go there from the nearby teleportation formation. Chao Kai said. But Lu Ming nodded. It was his first time in the Blessed Land and he was unfamiliar with the place. He needed to find a place to stay and familiarize himself with the place. Moreover, there were still more than 4 months before the Battle of the 10 Earths. It was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to go to Destiny City. Brother Chao, here's your storage ring. Lu Ming returned Chao Kai's storage ring to him. Thank you, Brother Lu. Chao Kai took it and expressed his gratitude. When he gave the storage ring to Lu Ming, he was prepared that Lu Ming wouldn't return it. If Lu Ming didn't return it, there was nothing he could do. He was touched that Lu Ming returned the storage ring to him. He also admired Lu Ming. Chapter 2082. The Divine Golem sect was located in the coastal area of the Divine Fate Land. It was a sect formed by many experts who were proficient in the art of puppetry. They focused on discussing and improving together. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect was relatively free. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Chao Kai to the Divine Golem sect, but no one bothered them. What amazing puppets! Walking in the Divine Golem sect, Autumn Moon exclaimed. There were all kinds of puppets in the Divine Golem sect. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of humans, and some were almost identical to humans. These puppets were helping the Divine Golem sect deal with all kinds of matters, such as mining, refining, and even planting spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. There were many things that were not handled by humans and were directly handed to the puppets. I heard that when the art of puppetry is cultivated to the highest level, the puppets will gain sentience and be no different from living beings. That's amazing! Chao Kai exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart moved. He thought of Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others from the Chaos Hall. Weren't they puppets? But they were no different from living beings. Next, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon temporarily stayed in the Divine Golem sect. There were some places in the Divine Golem sect that could help one comprehend the art of puppetry. Lu Ming walked around the Divine Golem sect to comprehend the art of puppetry. Of course, he would not put all his effort into the art of puppetry. His own cultivation was the way to go. He only needed to be slightly proficient in the art of puppetry. Half a month later, Lu Ming's art of puppetry had improved greatly. He could now control several powerful puppets with his soul power. This should be enough. On this day, Chao Kai found Lu Ming and Autumn Moon and told Lu Ming that in a few days, 2 powerful sons of heaven would be fighting on the ancient emperor platform. These 2 Elysian children were both children of death. 2 sons of death? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, the geniuses from all over the world have entered the Divine Fate Land. Together with the geniuses of the Divine Fate Land itself, the geniuses here are as numerous as the clouds. It's a scene that has never been seen before. The Battle of the 10 Earths hasn't started yet. Geniuses from all over the Divine Fate Land will clash from time to time. Battles between geniuses happen all the time, especially between Elysian children who control the same type of law. They all want to surpass each other and become the only one. The battles are even more intense. Chao Kai explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was unavoidable. Moreover, before the Battle of 10 Lands, it was better to get a feel of the opponent's strength. The duel between the 2 Elysian children has attracted a lot of geniuses. Do you want to go and watch? Chao said. Go. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had comprehended the law of death, he might be able to gain some insights from watching the battles between the other sons of death. Also, he was very curious, who were the 2 sons of death? He had seen 2 sons of death before. One was Deathblade, and the other was Gulong from the land of myriad devils. Was it the 2 of them? Perhaps there were others who had mastered the law of death? Immediately they set off. The ancient emperor platform was a 2-day journey from here. The duel would take place 3 days later. They didn't want to delay or they might not be able to make it. 2 days later, they arrived at a small city near the ancient emperor platform. They rested there for a night. The next day was the day of the duel between the 2 sons of death. They headed towards the ancient emperor platform. When they arrived, there was already a sea of people. At a glance, many of them were young geniuses. There were also some older geniuses. Everyone was standing around a platform. This platform looked very old and was full of mottled traces of time. This was the ancient emperor platform. Legend had it that an ancient celestial emperor comprehended the Tao here. This platform was sturdy and indestructible. It had become a place for many experts to duel. Around the platform, there were 9 stone pillars that pierced through the sky. It gave off a lofty feeling. Lu Ming's gaze swept through the crowd and found a few familiar faces. For example, Wei Tiandao and the others were geniuses of the primordial mountain. They had cultivated together in the primordial mountain's sacred court. At this moment, a figure flashed and rushed to one of the 9 stone pillars. He stood on the stone pillar and looked down at the crowd. Who is this person? How dare he stand on the emperor-gazing pillar? Is he so confident? Could it be an Elysian child? If it isn't, then I'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head. Some people exclaimed, while others sneered at his misfortune. Chao Kai explained. Lu Ming understood the meaning of the emperor-gazing pillar. The emperor-gazing pillar was not an ordinary martial emperor, but a celestial emperor. Stepping on the emperor-gazing pillar represented talent, potential, and a symbol of status. Only the strongest geniuses could stand on the emperor-gazing pillar. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would definitely be beaten down. Not long after, another figure stepped on the emperor-gazing pillar. It was a handsome young man in a purple-gold robe. His face was cold and arrogant. That's Ziliosu. He only has the king body. Although I heard that he has cultivated the law of light and has powerful combat strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough to stand on the emperor-gazing pillar. That's right. Watch carefully. Someone will definitely make a move. Seeing the young man in the purple-gold robe fly up the emperor-gazing pillar, there was a burst of discussion. Just as the crowd was discussing, a young man in a black robe stepped on the air. He walked step by step toward Ziliosu, his powerful aura crushing toward Ziliosu. A mere king body dares to step on the emperor-gazing pillar? Get lost. The young man in the black robe said indifferently, his aura growing stronger. Let's see if you have what it takes to make me go down. Ziliosu said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. A ray of light spread out and covered his entire body. Not only that, a long purple river danced around his body, making him look like a deity. The law of light forms a river. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. He was indeed worthy of being called a place where geniuses gathered. There were too many geniuses in the divine fate land. This purple tassel was absolutely powerful. She had a peerless king body and had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, she had cultivated the light of law. In the past, when it was rare for an Elysian child to appear, she would definitely be a heaven's pride that could suppress the world. As long as the son of heaven did not appear, no one would be able to compete with him. Even in the current golden age, he would be a top-notch genius. However, the young man in the black robe remained calm. There was even a hint of disdain as he said, "Since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you." Buzz. Buzz. The space seemed to vibrate. Suddenly, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind the young man in the black robe. The vortexes spun continuously as if they were going to suck in one's mind. 6 paths of reincarnation. It's the law of reincarnation. He's a son of reincarnation. I know who he is. He's Yu-He, a peerless genius in the divine fate land. Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This person was also a son of reincarnation, just like Ouyang Moli. If this person encountered Ouyang Moli, there would be a battle. Chapter 2083. Are you going to scram yourself, or do you want me to make you scram? Yu-He looked at Purple Tassel indifferently, his disdain growing. Purple Tassel's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "So what if you're the son of reincarnation? Today, I want to see how powerful the reincarnation laws are." You're overestimating yourself. Yu-He said coldly as he stepped forward. Boom. The 6 vortexes behind Yu-He moved with him and charged at Purple Tassel. The 6 vortexes spun rapidly, erupting with terrifying power as they tried to suck Purple Tassel in and pull him into the reincarnation laws. Purple Tassel's expression was grave as he unleashed all of his strength. Purple light burst out from his body, forming a purple sword light that slashed at Yu-He. Purple Tassel had used all of his strength in this move. It was powerful and terrifying to ordinary people. However, he was facing a son of reincarnation. Boom. Under the pressure of the 6 vortexes, Purple Tassel's sword light collapsed, turning into purple light spots that dissipated. Purple Tassel's body shook violently as he flew out like a cannonball, vomiting blood in the air. The crowd was shocked. Just one move and Purple Tassel was defeated. He vomited blood and could not withstand a single blow. Is the difference between a monarch body and an Elysian son that big? Someone said unwillingly. He was also a monarch body. Yu-He's cultivation should have broken through to the boundary emperor realm. Otherwise, he would not have defeated Purple Tassel in one move. However, The difference between an Elysian sun and a monarch body is indeed that big. In a battle of the same level, a monarch body is no match for an Elysian sun, unless an Elysian sun has not cultivated the law of light. In that case, a monarch body can compete with an Elysian sun, but the chances of defeat are still high. Some of the Sky Pride sighed. There's no need to sigh. An Elysian sun does have an absolute advantage under the Martial Emperor realm. He is almost invincible in a battle of the same level, but that's only for those below the Martial Emperor realm. When one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, they can comprehend many kinds of laws. Some monarch bodies are not monarch bodies and are late bloomers. Their performance before reaching the Martial Emperor realm is mediocre, but after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, they will rise and comprehend the strongest laws. They can compete or even defeat an Elysian sun. A young man said, full of confidence in himself. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. That's right, that was indeed the case. Right now, the so-called king body and Elysian sun only held a temporary advantage. However, after one reached Martial Emperor, this advantage would weaken. That was because Martial Emperors could comprehend many kinds of laws. Some people below Martial Emperors could only comprehend ordinary laws. However, after breaking through to Martial Emperors, they could comprehend the strongest laws in one go. After that, they would continue to break through and become unrivaled experts. There were many such examples in history. After defeating Zeliosu, Yuhi landed on the emperor-gazing pillar and stood with his hands behind his back. He was filled with a domineering aura. Purple Tassel glared at Yuhi, but in the end she did not step onto the other emperor-gazing pillars. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they managed to step on it, they would be blasted back down. Originally, there were a few other king bodies that were also restless, but now they restrained themselves. At that moment, someone looked at the young man who was the first to step onto the emperor-gazing pillar. This person wore a white robe. Even after seeing Yuhi defeat Zeliosu, his expression was still calm. Everyone immediately knew that this person was also an Elysian child. The two sons of death hadn't arrived yet, but two sons of heaven had already appeared. This made everyone look forward to it. Since the Elysian children were gathering, would they fight each other first? It's really lively. With a loud laugh, a young man in a red robe stepped on the air and landed on an emperor-gazing pillar. Someone recognized that this was also an Elysian child from the Divine Fate Land. The Divine Fate Land was the most powerful land in the primordial realm's 10 lands. Its area was vast and boundless. Excluding the barren land, the area of the other 8 lands added together was only as large as the Divine Fate Land. There were naturally many geniuses there. It was said that the Divine Fate Land had each of the 10 strongest laws, and some even had more than one. It was really shocking to see the top 10 gathered in one place. Amitabha! A Buddhist chant sounded, and a young monk stepped on the air. His snow-white kasaya fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. This monk also landed on one of the emperor-gazing pillars. It's Saint Monk Wuchen from Boundless Temple. Someone exclaimed, seemingly very shocked. Saint Monk Wuchen is also here. I heard that Saint Monk Wuchen has mastered one of the 10 strongest laws, the law of karma. Everything is within karma. Someone said solemnly, the law of karma. Lu Ming's eyes also narrowed. The law of karma was also one of the 10 strongest laws. There was no doubt that it was a very terrifying and mysterious law. Everything in the world had karma, and karma formed the world. Mastering the law of karma and being able to control karma was absolutely terrifying. Now, for Elysian children had arrived. Many people were looking forward to seeing if these Elysian children would have a great battle first. At this moment, 2 rainbow lights flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. These 2 rainbow lights were also 2 young men. They did not slow down and directly landed on the emperor-gazing pillars. It's him! Lu Ming even recognized one of them. He was the top genius of the undying demon kingdom in the land of all demons, the son of the void. Someone recognized the other person. He was a peerless genius from the Divine Fate Land. 6 Elysian children. Someone exclaimed. This time, It's a golden age that's rarely seen since ancient times. Many Elysian children are born everywhere. My land of all demons has 40,000 Elysian children. Everyone discussed. After that, a genius from the land of all demons said proudly. It was already very shocking that there were 4 Elysian children in one place. How many Elysian children are there in your land of Yuan Mountain? Someone looked at the genius of Yuan Mountain and asked. 6. One of the geniuses from Yuan Mountain answered. 6. You must be bragging. How can your land of Yuan Mountain have 6 Elysian children? The genius of the land of all demons immediately suspected. Among the 10 lands of the primordial realm, excluding the barren land, the primordial mountain land was considered weak. Now, a prodigy from the primordial mountain land actually said that there were 6 Elysian children in the primordial mountain land, which immediately attracted suspicion. Many people cast contemptuous gazes at Yuan Mountain. Being looked down upon, the genius of Yuan Mountain was a little unhappy. Among them, Wei Tiandao said, My land of Yuan Mountain does indeed have 6 Elysian children. They are the son of chaos, son of eternity, son of death, son of space-time, son of life, and son of reincarnation. What? There are sons of chaos in Yuan Mountain? The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. It's possible to say that there are other Elysian children, but to say that there are sons of chaos is most likely bragging. Some people despised him. Although the 10 strongest laws were equally famous, in fact, there were 2 laws that were the rarest and had the lowest probability of appearing in history. Chapter 2084. The Law of Primal Chaos and the Law of Destiny. These 2 laws were faintly stronger and more mysterious than the other strongest laws. The Law of Destiny, as its name implied, could control destiny. Everything in the world had destiny. This kind of law was terrifying to the extreme. The law of primal chaos existed before the world was created. Everything in the world was born from primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was known as the Emperor of Laws, and it wasn't just for show. Therefore, many people found it hard to believe that there was a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain. What we said is the truth. Wei Tiandao and the others said. Although Wei Tiandao had a grudge with Lu Ming, he had to bring up Lu Ming at this time. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon. The others were bewildered. Could it be that a son of primal chaos was really born in the land of Yuan Mountain? If so, the battle of the 10 Earths this time would probably be even more intense. Because there was also a son of primal chaos in the divine fate land. He was unimaginably powerful and was almost invincible in the divine fate land. There were so many prodigies in the divine fate land, but only a few of them were a match for the son of primal chaos. Even some of the other sons of primal chaos were defeated by him. If there was really a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain, who would be stronger and who would be weaker? Everyone was discussing. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care too much. Brother Lu, why don't you go up and occupy one of the emperor-gazing pillars? Chao Kai looked at Lu Ming. Chao Kai was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. It was terrifying and shocking. He was definitely an extremely terrifying son of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of interest. Didn't he come to the divine fate land to fight with these top prodigies to improve himself? In the land of Yuan Mountain, there was almost no opponent for him. Since the Battle of the Lotus World, Xing he hadn't appeared. Now that so many sons of primal chaos had appeared, Lu Ming also revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Autumn Moon, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Young master, go, do your best. Autumn Moon waved her little fists. Lu Ming smiled and soared into the sky. Then, he flew toward one of the emperor pillars and landed on one of them. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. It's him! When the prodigies of Yuan Mountain saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with shock. In the land of Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming's reputation had already reached its peak. Not only had he defeated Heng Xinghe, but he had also controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body to kill a few martial emperors. In the end, he had even defeated the great emperor of the He clan. Such an achievement was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. He is the son of primal chaos of my primal mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain spoke. What? Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming. So this is the son of chaos of Primal Mountain? Was he really the son of chaos? Even the Elysian children on the emperor-gazing pillars were looking at Lu Ming, their eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle. Son of chaos? I'd like to see how strong you are. Sure enough, someone moved. It was a burly young man in a gray robe. Previously, someone had recognized that this person came from the Sky Savage Land, one of the 10 lands of Yuan continent. He was a son of Primal Chaos and controlled the Primal Chaos laws. The Primal Chaos laws and the Primal Chaos laws were the most similar among the 10 strongest laws. The Primal Chaos had not been created and the Primal Chaos had not been determined. However, the world had always ranked the Primal Chaos laws before the Primal Chaos laws. Now that the son of Primal Chaos saw Lu Ming, his desire to do battle was obvious. Boom! This person was called Huang Meng. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful aura and stepped into the air towards Lu Ming. Complete Paragon Saint. Lu Ming could see at a glance that Huang Meng's cultivation was at the complete Paragon Saint realm. However, he had already reached the peak and was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Boom! Huang Meng made his move. He was very direct. He was like a primordial beast, his body filled with the Primal Chaos laws. The Primal Chaos laws were as heavy as a mountain like the Primal Chaos laws. Huang Meng threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, and his palm was like a primal chaos stone, slapping towards Huang Meng. Don't. The sky shook like a drum, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, a figure retreated, and the void trembled as he stepped on it. It was Huang Meng. The person who retreated was Huang Meng. As for Lu Ming, he stood motionless on the emperor-gazing pillar. It's the Primal Chaos laws, it's really the Primal Chaos laws. Someone exclaimed. Before the battle, some people still didn't believe it. Now that the battle had started, they finally saw that Lu Ming was really using the Primal Chaos laws. A son of Primal Chaos had really appeared in the Yuan Mountain. Again, Huang Meng shouted, and a layer of law light spread out from his body. He once again charged towards Lu Ming. He kept throwing out punches, and each punch was as heavy as a mountain. Each punch could destroy a mountain. Lu Ming still used the chaotic divine palm to meet the attack. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were continuous explosions. The force of the collision between the two turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions, causing some people who were close to them to retreat. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Huang Meng's body was pushed back. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was intense shock in his eyes. Because Lu Ming's Primal Chaos laws hadn't formed a river, it meant that Lu Ming wasn't a quasi-emperor, but a perfected absolute saint. In a battle of the same level, he was actually crushed, which made him a little discouraged. Thank you for letting me win, Lu Ming said. Just now, he didn't use any other laws, and only used the Primal Chaos laws. Although his Primal Chaos laws were only at 99% completion, which was comparable to his opponent's Primal Chaos laws. However, Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than that of an ordinary Elysian. Moreover, Lu Ming's array Dao nomological laws had already formed a river. After tempering his physical body once, his physical body was even stronger. In addition, Lu Ming's sacred power was stronger than ordinary people, so even if Lu Ming only used the Primal Chaos laws, no one would be a match for him in a battle of the same level. Naturally, he could crush Huang Meng. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was at the same level as Huang Meng, but he could crush Huang Meng. They were both Elysian children. How could this be? Was the Primal Chaos laws really that powerful? But there were also Elysian children in the Divine Fate Land. Although their combat strength was strong, they couldn't crush Elysian children of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming solemnly. You're very strong. I'm no match for you. Huang Meng shook his head and returned to the emperor-gazing pillar. Let me try. After Huang Meng retreated, another person stepped forward. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Yu He, the reincarnation child. Many people were excited. Yu He was going to fight. Yu-He had already stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. A Quasi-Emperor Elysian child's combat strength was absolutely amazing. He was going to fight Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? Let's fight in the air. Chapter 2085. Yu-He took a step forward and soared into the sky as well. Lu Ming and Yu-He stood facing each other in the sky. Before they made a move, their powerful auras clashed continuously. Yu-He was dressed in a black robe and his body was covered in the light of the law of reincarnation. Behind him, there were 6 vortexes that kept spinning. He wanted to make everything in the world enter the cycle of reincarnation. Bang! Yu-He took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it out. The long sword rapidly enlarged and turned into a giant sword. The most shocking thing was that there were 6 reincarnation vortexes on the giant sword as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of the law of chaos. He was not afraid at all as he charged toward Yu-He's giant sword. At the same time, he used the chaotic divine palm and slapped out. Lu Ming did not use any other laws. He only used the law of chaos. He wanted to see just how strong his battle prowess was without the use of other laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit Yu-He's giant sword. It was like 2 divine weapons colliding, creating a terrifying vibration. There was a burst of energy and Yu-He's sword was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body also retreated a few steps. This move was a draw. So strong. How can the son of chaos be so strong? Many people were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was only a perfected absolute saint, but he could fight with Yu-He. After all, Yu-He had already broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Once a Boundary Emperor reached the Boundary Emperor realm, his laws would be perfect and become like a river. Moreover, when he broke through to the Boundary Emperor realm, both his physical body and saint power would be tempered by the laws and would be greatly improved. A perfected absolute saint seemed to be a step away from a Boundary Emperor realm, but the difference in strength was huge. Now, both of them were sons of heaven, but Lu Ming was able to fight against Yu-He even though his cultivation was lower. It was really shocking. Kill! Yu-He roared. His eyes were like 2 vortexes as black as ink. He took a big step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his palm to meet the attack, and the 2 of them engaged in an intense confrontation. The crowd could only see the 2 figures colliding in the air, unceasingly killing each other. That kind of scene was horrifying. Is this the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor? This is comparable to a martial emperor. Once an Elysian child breaks through to quasi-emperor, his battle prowess will be comparable to a martial emperor. I heard that Yu-He had just become a quasi-emperor not long ago, but he's still a genuine quasi-emperor. Lu Ming is only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm, but he's able to fight against Yu-He. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yu-He had exchanged dozens of blows. Many people were unable to calm down and were discussing excitedly. Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming already had one type of law perfected. His physical body and saint power had undergone a tempering process. Although it was only the tempering of the King Path law, it was still a great improvement. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to fight Yu-He as a perfected absolute saint with only one law of chaos. But now Lu Ming could definitely stop him. Yu-He was also shocked, but he was already fighting with all his might. He was originally very ambitious. He wanted to stand out in the Battle of the 10 Earths, become famous, and obtain a great opportunity. But now, before the Battle of the 10 Earths even began, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. With his cultivation as a quasi-emperor, he could not take down a perfected absolute saint. He was the son of reincarnation, known to be invincible among those of the same level. But now, he could not take down someone with a lower cultivation than him. This was a great blow to his confidence. Therefore, he had to defeat Lu Ming. Yu-He roared and unleashed his full strength. The sword whistled endlessly. The 6 whirlpools of the reincarnation whirlpool merged together to form a huge whirlpool. It wanted to pull Lu Ming into the whirlpool and achieve reincarnation. But Lu Ming was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. This time, Lu Ming used the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed out, and a huge chaotic finger of tribulation formed and pointed at the huge reincarnation whirlpool. Rumble! The two collided, and a terrifying explosion erupted. In the end, both sides dissipated. Lu Ming and Yu He both retreated 1,000 meters and stood in the air. Yu He seemed to be in disbelief. He could not take down Lu Ming and could only fight to a draw with Lu Ming. The other sons of heaven on the Emperor Gazing Pillar were also very shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, who could be his match? It seems that there are many geniuses in the world. In the past, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Yu He said slowly. At this moment, he had regained his composure. You're very strong too. Lu Ming said. Let's fight again in the Battle of the 10 Earths. After saying that, Yu He stepped out and returned to the Emperor Gazing Pillar. Lu Ming smiled and also returned to the Emperor Gazing Pillar. This Lu Ming is becoming more and more terrifying. Wei Tiandao whispered. The geniuses of Yuan Mountain had the deepest feeling. They knew that Lu Ming still had a secret technique that he had not used. Back when he fought against Heng Xinghe, Lu Ming used that secret technique to defeat Heng Xinghe. If he used that secret technique, even Yu He would not be a match for him. I heard that Heng Xinghe had already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. But now it seems that even if Heng Xinghe broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, I'm afraid he is not a match for Lu Ming. Some of the geniuses of Yuan Mountain discussed in low voices. Brother Lu didn't use his full strength at all. Chao Kai curled his lips. He had seen Lu Ming's attack. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. That kind of combat strength was far more than what he had shown just now. However, since Lu Ming did not expose himself, he naturally would not say anything. By now, there were more and more people here. He's here. Suddenly, someone spoke and looked to the east. There, a figure was flying over at an astonishing speed. The next moment, the light faded and a young man appeared in the air. It's really him, Deathblade. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This young man was indeed Deathblade. The next moment, a rainbow light flew over from the west and a young man appeared. It's him. Lu Ming also knew this young man. He was Gu Long, the son of Death of the Eternal Devil Nation in the land of infinite devils. Obviously, the two people who were fighting were them. Come on stage, let's fight it out. Gu Long looked at Deathblade. That's what I want. Deathblade said indifferently. The two moved at the same time and stepped onto the ancient Emperor platform. Boom, boom. The two stood facing each other, and their bodies emitted a terrifying death aura at the same time. The death aura collided as if it was going to turn the ancient Emperor platform into a kingdom of death. It was extremely rare for two sons of heaven to fight with the same kind of law. The crowd watched without blinking. Lu Ming watched even more seriously. After all, he had also comprehended the law of death. Suddenly, the two moved. They turned into two phantoms and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. The entire ancient Emperor platform had turned into a death zone, shrouded by the law of death. Chapter 2086. 2.5 years ago, both Deathblade and Gu Long were at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. But now, both of them had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. After 2 years of accumulation, both of them must have been cultivating in some secret place, so their progress must have been fast. For example, Deathblade, Lu Xiang, and the others had been sent to a secret place to cultivate and had only recently come out of seclusion. Boom, boom. The two sons of death kept clashing, and the air of death turned into a terrifying killing power that swept out in all directions. In a short time, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Abyss of Death. Gu Long used his ultimate move and formed an abyss of death that covered the sky and enveloped Deathblade. He wanted to drag Deathblade into the abyss of death and bury him. Deathblade flashed quickly, wanting to dodge, but the abyss of death was too big. It covered the sky and dragged Deathblade into the abyss of death. Is Deathblade going to lose? Many people's hearts jumped. It's not that easy. They're both sons of death and have similar cultivation. It's not that easy to determine the winner. Someone shook his head. Sure enough, the abyss of death shook, and a terrifying saber light broke out of the abyss of death. Heavenly saber of death. A cold voice came from the abyss of death, and a huge saber light slashed out of the abyss of death. Boom! The abyss of death shook and exploded inch by inch. A figure with a terrifying saber light rushed out of the abyss of death. Slash! Death Blade rushed out, and his saber light soared into the sky. Every slash carried a terrifying aura of death. When the saber light slashed out, it was as if even space fell into a deathly silence. Gulong shouted and continued to fight with Death Blade. The usage of every law is different. Even if different people master the same law, the profundities they can unleash will be different. Lu Ming thought as he watched seriously. Watching the battle between Death Blade and Gulong, Lu Ming seemed to understand something. His understanding of the law of death had deepened. Death Blade and Gulong had exchanged hundreds of moves. At this point, both of them had used all their strength and were quite tired. It was a battle of wills and battle experience. "I will win!" Death Blade shouted, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were full of unyielding battle intent. It was as if he would defeat anything placed in front of him. His blade of death became even sharper and more dazzling as it slashed at Gulong. Gulong was gradually at a disadvantage. Death Blade is going to win. Death Blade's willpower is even stronger than Gulong's. We're both sons of death. Today, we're going to determine the victor. Many people were discussing this matter. After another dozen or so moves, Gulong was finally defeated. The blade of death swept across his body, leaving a deep wound that was constantly corroding him. Even though he had also grasped the laws of death, it was difficult for him to erase it in a short period of time. Gulong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to the Death Blade. The Ten Lands battle hadn't even started and he had already lost to another son of death. This was a huge blow to him. The others sighed as well. After this battle, Death Blade's brilliance was completely revealed, defeating another Elysian child, strengthening his own conviction as well as his undefeatable conviction. After this battle, the Death Blade would definitely transform and reach a higher level. On the other hand, Gulong's willpower would probably be affected, and he would be even less of a match for the Death Blade in the future. This was also why when Elysian children of death met, there would definitely be a battle. Because only by defeating Elysian children of death and stepping on them could one become stronger, forging an undefeatable conviction and stepping onto the peak. This time, in the Golden Age, there might be more than two sons of death, but at least the Death Blade had defeated one and could continue to fight for supremacy. As for Gulong, he had already lost the qualifications to become the strongest son of death. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter later on, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. "You've lost," the Death Blade said indifferently. "I will defeat you in the Ten Lands battle," Gulong said. He couldn't admit defeat like this, otherwise, he would never be the Death Blade's opponent in his lifetime. "With today's defeat, you will be even less of a match for me in the future," the Death Blade said with an undefeatable conviction. Then he rose into the air and left this place. After the Death Blade left, Gulong also left this place. The battle ended just like that. Let me tell you, the Death Blade is also from my Yuan Mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain laughed. This surprised some people. Lu Ming also came from Yuan Mountain. Just now, he defeated a son of reincarnation. Moreover, he defeated a son of reincarnation as the weak, which was shocking. And this time, Death Blade defeated another child of death, who also came from the primordial mountain. Yuan Mountain was amazing. Several terrifying prodigies had appeared one after another. Could it be that there were really 6 Elysian children in Yuan Mountain? Some prodigies looked a little dignified. On the emperor-gazing pillar, those Elysian children glanced at Lu Ming one after another, then rose into the air and left this place. "Lu Ming! Brother Lu!" Some prodigies came over to greet Lu Ming. They were all people who used to cultivate in Yuan Mountain Academy. Some of them were still enemies with Lu Ming at that time. Because at that time, there were 4 major alliances in Yuan Mountain Academy, such as the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association. Now, The leader of the Knights Association greeted Lu Ming with a smile. "Brother Luo." Lu Ming nodded. The leader of the Knights Association was called Luo Zhan. "Brother Lu is getting stronger and stronger. Now, I'm too far behind you." Luo Zhan sighed. He had a king physique and had now stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. However, Lu Ming could even defeat a quasi-emperor from the Elysian children. He was far behind. "Brother Luo, you're too polite. By the way, you came a few days earlier to see Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others?" Lu Ming asked. As far as he knew, Long Chen, Huang Li, and some others had already arrived at the Divine Fate Land. Logically speaking, if they were nearby, they should have come to watch such a big show. However, Lu Ming didn't see any of them. "Half a month ago, I did see Long Chen and Huang Li. The two of them work together, but I haven't seen them recently. I think they must have left this area and gone to Destiny City," Luo Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded. The Battle of 10 Earths was getting closer and closer. They might have gone to Destiny City first. "Brother Lu, are you going to Aeon City? I heard that when you enter Aeon City, the Heavenly Emperor's statue will awaken and emit the Heavenly Tao aura. It's very mysterious and can help people comprehend the Tao. Many people have gone to Aeon City," Luo Zhan said. "The Heavenly Emperor's statue has awakened?" Lu Ming, Chao Kai, and Chiu Moon were shocked. The Heavenly Emperor's statue was no small matter. "Don't you know? Great, we can go together," Luo Zhan said. "Okay, let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. Chapter 2087. Aeon City could be said to be the largest city in the south of the Divine Fate Land. It was known as Aeon City and had existed for countless years. This ancient city was occupied by several huge forces. In history, more than one celestial emperor had appeared, and it was extremely powerful. Recently, in Aeon City, there was a famous celestial emperor statue that had actually awakened, exuding the aura of the heavenly Tao that could help people comprehend the Tao, attracting countless people to come. Moreover, it just so happened that the Battle of 10 Earths was approaching. Countless people from all over rushed over, so naturally, there were more people. Lu Ming and the others walked on the street, looking around and exclaiming in amazement. Aeon City was no smaller than Celestial City in the land of Yuan Mountain. In fact, it was even more majestic. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the Celestial Emperor statue. A huge statue, carved from jade, was 1,000 meters tall, standing in the center of Aeon City. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a kind of aura that could swallow the world and sweep away the world. This was the Celestial Emperor's statue. It was only a statue at first, but now, the statue was emitting rays of light that illuminated the area. A mystical aura was emitted from it. "Is there a celestial emperor in Aeon City now?" Lu Ming asked. His heart was not calm. "No, legend has it that there are almost no celestial emperors in the Yuan realm now." Chao Kai said. "No celestial emperors?" Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others were all puzzled. "Yes, I also heard that most of the celestial emperors have gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. Perhaps, a few of them stayed in the Yuan realm, but it has been a long time since a celestial emperor appeared," Chao Kai said. Lu Ming nodded. The Yuan realm, from ancient times until now, must have given birth to some celestial emperors. The celestial emperors no longer had a great calamity, their lifespan was endless, and their combat strength was unparalleled. If they did not encounter a great enemy, they would almost never fall. But now, it was almost impossible to see a celestial emperor in the Yuan realm, so it was very likely that they really went to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. For example, in the land of Yuan Mountain, it was impossible for only Celestial Emperor Heng Yu to be born. There must be other celestial emperors. How intense is the war in the Heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Even the Celestial Emperor had gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. One could imagine how terrifying the war was. Under the huge statue of the Celestial Emperor, there were many people sitting cross-legged, mainly young people. An old man at the side explained. Although the revival of the Heavenly Emperor's statue was miraculous, It was mainly useful for cultivators below martial emperor. Even low-level foe emperors might be of some use. However, for those with higher cultivations, it would not be of much use. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Chao Kai, Luo Zhan, and the others walked to the Heavenly Emperor's statue and sat down cross-legged in an empty space. Along the way, they saw many geniuses. Most of the Elysian children who had appeared on the emperor-gazing pillar had appeared here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was empty. All of a sudden, he felt a gush of energy shrouding him. That gush of energy seemed to allow his mind to pass through layers of space and become one with heaven. The heavenly Tao contained everything. The myriad of laws of the world were all within the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's mind shuddered as he began to comprehend the law of death. He could feel that his understanding of the law of death was extremely clear. It was even clearer and faster than when he was comprehending under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. This is a good place. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face as he began to comprehend the law of death. He mainly focused on comprehending the law of death and the law of devour. Time gradually passed. His progress in comprehending the two laws was extremely fast. Every day, he would spend half of his time comprehending the law of death and the other half comprehending the law of devour. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the law of death had reached 85%, while his comprehension of the law of devour had reached 92%. Comprehending the law of death was more difficult as one progressed. It was shocking to have such a great progress in just a month. On this day, while Lu Ming was comprehending the law of death, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end as he felt a murderous intent looming over him. Although he was cultivating, he was more or less paying attention to the outside world. If someone was hostile to him, he would immediately be alerted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked behind him. Behind him, a young man was walking over and looking coldly at Lu Ming. Bang! The young man stopped at a spot not far from Lu Ming. "You're Lu Ming?" The young man spoke indifferently, full of arrogance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not know this person, but he could feel that this person did not come with good intentions. "That's right," Lu Ming replied. At this time, many people outside the statue were not cultivating and noticed Lu Ming and the young man. "It's Mu Yang of the Mu clan. He's an extremely terrifying genius. It's said that he's the son of the void who controls the law of nothingness. He reached the quasi-emperor realm a long time ago. Who is that young man? Mu Yang seems to be hostile to him." "I know. That young man is from the Yuan Mountain. He's the son of chaos with a peak absolute saint cultivation. He defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation, Yu He." "What? He's the son of chaos? And he defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation with a peak absolute saint cultivation?" Many people were shocked when they heard the truth. The son of chaos was already shocking. Moreover, he was a peak absolute saint and defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation. This was even more shocking. "My name is Mu Yang. Yuan Exen is my good friend." At this time, the young man spoke. "Yuan Exen?" Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. What did Mu Yang have to do with Yuan Exen? "My good friend Yuan Exen is also the son of chaos. You've met him before," Mu Yang said indifferently. "The son of chaos? Could it be him?" Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the son of chaos he met during the Hunyuan sex assessment. "Yuan Exen once mentioned you, saying that you control the primal chaos emperor's primal chaos scripture. He's now in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As his good friend, I naturally have to share his burden. Hand over your primal chaos scripture," Mu Yang said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it had a commanding tone. "It's really that person." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The only person who knew that Lu Ming had the primal chaos scripture was the son of chaos who had also been to the primal chaos palace. The son of chaos was extremely rare. It was even harder to be born than the other sons of heaven. Lu Ming hadn't heard of any other sons of chaos who had mastered the law of chaos. "If you want the primal chaos scripture, let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming spoke, his voice turning cold. Oh, so you're saying that you want to fight me? Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Yu He. In the divine fate land, there are many people stronger than Yu He. Mu Yang said coldly. You'll know if you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Mu Yang's body. Waves of energy rushed toward Lu Ming like shockwaves. Chapter 2088. Lu Ming and Mu Yang faced each other, an icy cold aura pervading the area, causing many people who were cultivating to wake up. What's going on? It's Mu Yang and that Lu Ming. Many people were shocked and angry, but when they saw that it was Mu Yang and Lu Ming, they all shut their mouths. They could see that the two peerless geniuses had a conflict, and were about to fight. Boom. Mu Yang attacked. His palm was covered with a layer of light. It was extremely terrifying, as if even space had turned into nothingness, causing the area around his palm to look like a black hole. Boom. Lu Ming went up, using the primal chaos divine palm. His palm turned gray, like a primal chaos stone. The two's palms heavily collided. It was as if a great bell had vibrated. A terrifying force formed rings of shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Many people's bodies blossomed with light, blocking the shockwaves. Boom, boom. Lu Ming and Mu Yang's bodies trembled. They continued to exchange a few blows, but there was no clear victor. What a powerful force. Lu Ming felt that Mu Yang's power was like a storm, pressing down on him. Combined with the law of nothingness, it almost broke his law of primal chaos and turned him into nothingness. This Mu Yang was definitely stronger than Yu He. You do have some strength, no wonder you are so arrogant, but this strength is not enough. Mu Yang's eyes seemed to blossom with a strange light. It was the light of nothingness. His aura became stronger and stronger. But at this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura exploded from the sky, a terrifying pressure, like an immemorial mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming and Mu Yang, causing their bodies to stiffen. Unknowingly, a white-haired old man had appeared in the sky. The old man looked down at Lu Ming and Mu Yang, coldly saying, in front of the Heavenly Emperor's statue, no impudence, no fighting, violators will be killed. Since it's your first offense, I will let you go this time. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Lu Ming and Mu Yang retracted their auras, but their eyes were still coldly staring at each other. Do you dare to fight with me on the stage? Mu Yang said coldly. He was extremely confident in himself. Previously, although the battle prowess Lu Ming had displayed was very shocking, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming because he had not used his full strength just now. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Senior, let us go. Mu Yang said to the old man in the sky. The old man withdrew his aura, and the pressure on Lu Ming and the others disappeared. Come if you have the guts. Mu Yang left behind these words before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming smiled and followed him. Qiu Yu, Chao Kai, and the rest hurried to catch up. The son of primal chaos is going to battle Mu Yang. Let's go take a look. I heard that Mu Yang advanced to Quasi-Emperor long ago and is already preparing to break through to Martial Emperor. His combat prowess is extremely strong. That Lu Ming has not advanced to Quasi-Emperor yet, he actually dares to accept the challenge? The Heavenly Sons are all proud and arrogant. How can they not accept a challenge? However, I think that Lu Ming will most likely lose this time. After all, he is only a complete Paragon Saint. I think so too. No matter how strong a complete Paragon Saint is, there is a limit to it. Voices could be heard all around. Of course, Lu Ming could hear them. He guessed that Mu Yang had already started to develop a small world. Such a person could already prepare to break through to Martial Emperor. Not long after, they came to a spacious area. There was a huge battle stage here. At this moment, there were two people fighting on the stage. They were two youths with king bodies. Their combat prowess was not weak. However, Mu Yang was extremely domineering. He directly flew towards the battle stage and stepped on it. He shouted, "Both of you, get down." The terrifying void light caused the two youths' expressions to change drastically. They quickly retreated and landed at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Mu Yang with ugly expressions. They were in the middle of a battle, and Mu Yang had directly asked them to get down. This was an insult to them. Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Mu Yang looked at the two youths with king bodies and his voice was filled with displeasure. The two youths did not dare to fight with Mu Yang. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and jump down from the battle stage. Many people around them were unhappy. Mu Yang was too domineering. However, no one stood out to criticize him. Not only was Mu Yang powerful, but the force behind him was also terrifying. No one was willing to offend him. Lu Ming, get down here and fight with me. Mu Yang's voice resounded in all directions. Don't shout so loudly. I won't run. Lu Ming said indifferently. He stepped into the air and landed on the battle stage. Lu Ming, I advise you to obediently hand over the primal chaos scripture. This time, I can let you go and let you participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Otherwise, you won't even be able to participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Mu Yang said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his message to Lu Ming. He did not transmit it to anyone else. I said, if you want it, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Stubborn. Then I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone better than you. Mu Yang's eyes were cold. His body emitted a cold killing intent. Boom. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His body was enveloped in the light of the void as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos and went up to meet him. This time, they were not under the Heavenly Emperor's statue but on the battle stage. There was no need to hold back. The two of them fought without restraint. Boom, boom. The two of them clashed continuously. The battle stage rumbled and exploded continuously. The two of them fought with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. The fighting ring was surrounded by people, densely packed with people. There were many terrifying geniuses. Many of them were sons of the heavens. Lu Ming is no match for Mu Yang. Yui said. Previously he had fought with Lu Ming and was aware of Lu Ming's strength. Amitabha. That may not be the case. I think that Lu Ming will win. Monk Wu Chen of Wuya Temple chanted the name of Buddha and said with a smile. These words caused everyone's expression to change. Monk Wu Chen controlled the law of cause and effect. Everything in the world was related to cause and effect. He might be able to see through cause and effect. You said that Lu Ming hid his strength when he fought with me previously? Yui's eyes shone brightly. He was unwilling to believe it. I can't say. You'll know when you continue watching. Monk Wu Chen smiled. It was unfathomable. At that moment, Lu Ming and Mu Yang had exchanged more than 10 blows. At that moment, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He has indeed started to evolve a small world. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Mu Yang had already started to break through to the martial emperor realm. He had started to use the law of cause as a foundation to evolve a small world. His saint force contained a trace of the power of a small world. Its power was shocking. Now, Lu Ming had only used the law of primal chaos and was already at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I have said that you are no match for me. Mu Yang launched a flurry of attacks. At the same time, his cold and arrogant voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Chapter 2089. If one type of law wasn't enough, then he would use two. Lu Ming's muscles bulged as his saint power surged. Silently, he merged the Array Dao law into the primal chaos law. Boom! Lu Ming's palm power suddenly increased as he struck out, breaking Mu Yang's law of nothingness. Mu Yang's expression changed as his body shook and he couldn't help but retreat. Your power? How is that possible? Mu Yang said in shock. How could Lu Ming's power suddenly increase? He was much stronger than before. He couldn't see that Lu Ming had merged two types of laws. In the land of infinite demons, Lu Ming had stayed in the canyon of the demon sea for more than 2 years. Every day he would challenge and fight. He was already extremely proficient in the use of laws. When he used a few types of laws, he could use the primal chaos law to cover up the other laws. Of course, if he used 2 types of supreme laws at the same time, it wouldn't be able to be covered up because supreme laws were too strong. But when he used Supreme Laws and Monarch Dao Law, he could cover it up so that others couldn't see it. Therefore, Mu Yang couldn't understand how Lu Ming's power had increased so much. Around the battle stage, the others were also shocked. Lu Ming had suddenly exploded and forced Mu Yang to retreat. Lu Ming indeed hid his strength when he fought with me previously. He sighed as his eyes were filled with disappointment. He still wanted to defeat Lu Ming in the Ten Lands battle, but now it seemed that it would be difficult. Amit Ba. Monk Wuchen chanted a Buddhist chant. When the other Elysian children looked at Lu Ming, their expressions were grave. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong and exceeded common sense. Kill! On the battle stage, Lu Ming roared as he charged towards Mu Yang. Every move of his contained the fusion of the Primal Chaos Law and the Array Dao Law. Its power was astonishing. Moreover, the Array Dao Law was already perfect, so its power was even greater. The fusion of the laws didn't increase the power by as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Mu Yang once again clashed, but this time, Mu Yang was completely suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. He was no match for Lu Ming, and every time they clashed, his body would violently tremble, as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. His incomparably powerful saint energy was actually useless. He could not block it. Impossible! How is this possible? Mu Yang simply couldn't accept it. He had already begun to develop a small world. Once the time was right, he would be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Xiao Chen was already infinitely close to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, he was a Firmament Scion. He was much stronger than those Firmament Scions who had just advanced to Quasi-Emperor. However, Lu Ming was only at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. His law of chaos hadn't formed a river yet. How could he be so strong? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared angrily and used all of his strength, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. The Sea of Void. In the end, Mu Yang executed his strongest move. This was a terrifying magic skill with boundless power. It pushed the Law of Void's power to its limits, forming a sea of Law of Void that enveloped everything. It wanted to turn everything into nothingness. In reality, many people grasped more than one magic skill after becoming a Quasi-Emperor. This was because after becoming a Quasi-Emperor and reaching the peak of the Law of Chaos, one could easily grasp other magic skills and raise them to their limits. It was just like how Lu Ming cultivated the Primal Chaos Divine Palm. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a corresponding magic skill. The Sea of Nothingness was Mu Yang's trump card. Splash! It really sounded like waves crashing. Lu Ming was enveloped by the Sea of Void. Turn into nothingness! Mu Yang roared, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. At this moment, he no longer wanted to take the Primal Chaos scripture from Lu Ming. Instead, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. The Battle of the 10 Earths had yet to begin. He could not lose. Once he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat in the Battle of the 10 Earths. What a terrifying magic skill! Lu Ming is in danger! Someone exclaimed. The Law of Void turned into an ocean and enveloped an area. It was simply too terrifying. Many people could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Mu Yang can be said to be a seated expert in this Battle of the 10 Earths. He has a high chance of entering the top 10. When he erupts, his battle strength is truly shocking. That's right. In the past, Mu Yang was almost invincible in the Divine Fate Land. There were only a few people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Some people spoke. However, Autumn Moon and Chao Kai's eyes were calm. There was no worry in their eyes. Autumn Moon knew very well how strong Lu Ming was when he erupted with his full strength. As for Chao Kai, he had seen Lu Ming fight before. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. Rumble! Mu Yang stood above the Sea of Void. His eyes were cold as he constantly used the Law of Void to ensure that Lu Ming would be turned into nothingness. But in the next instant, Mu Yang's expression changed. Because the Sea of Void had started to shake. It was as if there was a giant beast stirring up the winds and clouds. Boom! In the end, An incomparably huge finger that looked like the finger of a god charged out of the sea of void. Boom. Boom. Next, primal chaos tribulation fingers charged out from various parts of the sea of void. The sea of void turned into a beehive. Then, with a violent explosion, it completely exploded. Impossible! Mu Yang roared in disbelief. His body shook violently as he retreated. Blood flowed out of his mouth. Nothing is impossible. The sea of void disappeared and Lu Ming's figure appeared. He was unscathed as he roared and charged at Mu Yang. Boom! The large hand pressed down. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. He was sent flying dozens of meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming followed closely behind. He did not give Mu Yang any chance to catch his breath as he launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Mu Yang. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging a few blows with Lu Ming, he felt as if his arm was about to break as he continued to spit out blood. Bang! Finally, he was unable to block and was struck by Lu Ming's palm on his chest. His chest caved in from the blow and almost exploded into a large hole. If not for his powerful law light and astonishing defensive power, his body would have exploded from this move. But even so, he was still lying on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. With your strength, you still want to get the primal chaos scripture from me? Let Yuan Exen do it herself. Lu Ming looked down at Mu Yang and said coldly, full of disdain. Mu Yang was mad with hatred. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming, let me tell you. I have already investigated you. You have many friends in Yuan Mountain. Now, there are a few people who are guests in my Mu family. You better hand over the primal chaos scripture and follow me to the Mu family. Otherwise, all your friends will die. Mu Yang suddenly said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice. What? Lu Ming was shocked.